Welcome, everyone, to Shardcast, the Brandon Sanderson podcast, where we don't have time to do bits and we don't have time to do funny things because we are going to be talking about Wind and Truth. My name is Evgeni, and joining me is Alyx.
Hello, I am Feather. Happy to be here.
Also joining the two of us is Shannon.
Hi, everybody. I'm Gray. You might know me as.
That was a weird way to structure that sentence. Joining the three of us is Marvin.
Hi, I'm Paleo, and I'm wrapping our new merch, which you can get at store.sentieschart.com.
I was going to plug that at some point. So that is out of the way. That is peak German efficiency. And joining the four of us is AonEne.
Hello, full username is AonEne.
And I am Argent.
Oh.
So, as I cleverly alluded to just a moment earlier, we're going to be talking about Wind and Truth, and we're going to be talking about reactions for Wind and Truth. We are reacting. Why are we reacting? Because Wind and Truth is out, and this book is bonkers! But before we talk about the book, we're going to do a quick round of just... I lied when I said we're not going to do any bits. We're going to do a little bit of bits, but like just a little bit of bits. So a little bit of bit
Just a bit of bit.
Yeah, just a bit of bit. Just a bits of bits. So we'll do like a little show and tell thing, and we'll do a little like general impressions, spoiler free. Hey, what are our like 1 sentence, 1 minute kind of thoughts on the book? So I will start us off with hitting my microphone with these two cards from the Words of Radiance campaign that had like a little Stormlight deck that has a lot of spread. This is Axes is the collector himself Stormlight deck, and it has this is okay. So this is not going to work on my green screen, but this is a cultivation friend. Let's just not worry about it.
Oh, that's really funny.
So, what
Any
else?
green sprin becomes a high sprin when it's on Argent's camera.
I also spoiler policy. Obviously, we're going to talk about Wind and Truth because that's the moral of the story here. We are probably not going to touch too much on the other things. I suspect we are going to talk about Mistborn a little bit. So assume that we are going to touch on all of the Cosmere books, but it's mostly going to be Stormlight and a little bit of Mistborn. So next bit in the bit of bits.
We will not do unreleased preview stuff like chapters from. We're not going to get there. So
Yes, correct.
that's safe.
We may, however, have a little bit of Dragonsteel Prime talking. Maybe just like a smidgen at the ends.
Sure.
I also have a show and tell. I have this cool thing, which is part of my World Hopper Ball cosplay.
Woo.
There's a little metal vial. I don't think it wants to focus on it, but you see.
That's what. Okay, nice.
Yes.
Looks delicious.
I also have one very quick show and tell. And it's that I already showed the rest of the cast before we set up, but it's that my desk has 2 cat beds and my cat is in neither of them. So
Wow.
she's just chilling here on top of all of my cords. Hopefully nothing goes wrong with that, but
Incredible.
she's undeterred.
Okay. If we are done with show and tell, let's do just a quick round of you try to fit in less than a minute. What are your general thoughts on the windiest of truths? Alyx, take it away.
All right. My spoiler-free thoughts on this book is there were definitely things that I really, really enjoyed. Like some plot points that absolutely knocked it out of the park for me. Super great. There were others that I was very disappointed by, I think, particularly along the lines of like wasted character potential in my eyes, which is really tough when there's a character you really like and you don't think they got the moments that should have been theirs. Is kind of my vibe. I feel like I had one more thing to say, but I think there were a lot of plot lines at the start of this book that I was really excited by, where I was like, Brandon is giving me, Feather, everything I want in this book and catering this exactly to me. And a lot of those didn't turn out the way I would have liked them to, which was a little bit rough. I got a bit hyped and maybe a little let down by some of those, but lots of good, some not so good, some disappointments sprinkled through.
Well, stay tuned for more details, but we don't have time for that right now because Shannon.
Ooh. Oh, in a minute. This is part of the minute reaction. Ooh.
Daylight's burning.
Daylight's burning, but this is accounted for in my minute. Oh, I have thoughts on this book, and I have to say I'm one of the most negative people I know on this book. I'm so sorry to say. I'll get into it. I don't hate everything about it. There are some points I'm gonna jump in with a lot of like happy thoughts, but for the most part, this is probably my least favorite Stormlight book.
Okay.
Yay.
Marvin, be
Yes.
our ray of sunshine in the sea of negativity.
Ooh, I liked it well enough, I guess.
Wow. With
So
a
I-
resounding.
It's definitely not my favorite book in the series. I would have a hard time putting which is the favorite, but it's definitely not this one. I think it's a good ending for this arc in our overall. I can say that, but I do have some gripes, and I've already talked about some of them in the day one reactions. So like, go watch that if you want to hear a lot of detail about some of those gripes. And as someone who is very I like the magic and everything, and like the systems behind the magic, I felt like this book was a little softer on the details than I would have liked at some points. And yeah, that is a small disappointment for me. That like, especially compared to Rhythm of War, right, which went into a lot of detail. So this was sort of the opposite of that. Yeah.
And it is important for all of us to keep in mind that this is kind of a midpoint
Yeah.
ending, right? This is less of the ending of a show and more ending of a season.
Yep.
This is the episode 9 of season 1 of Arcane, right? Except Arcane was so much better.
There are no rays of sunshine.
No, God, I forgot I was supposed to be the positive one.
Rip.
Ian, save us from me.
I can't save us from that. Hi, guys. I was not the biggest fan of this book either. This book made me feel a lot of emotions, and most of those emotions were on the negative side of things. There were things that I liked in this book. A couple. They existed. They certainly were written, and they're in there. But yeah, overall, I would have to agree with least favorite Stormlight book, including the novellas. Just possibly one of my least favorite Cosmere stories in general, because while it wasn't like there were parts that I liked, but there were also parts that were some of the things that I've hated most that Brandon has ever written. So, emotions.
Okay.
Yeah. Enjoy, guys.
We're not just
Well-
going to be negative the whole time. There is stuff
Yes.
we liked in this
Yes.
book. So
Yes.
Don't worry.
yes.
I will then bring up this rear that has just sunk so much. This wagon is in the mud. I think that's not what the metaphor about bringing up the rear means, but we're gonna go with wagons that are stuck in mud. I think Brandon stumbled on the landing a little bit. Like he didn't. What's the word for
Faceplant? He didn't face.
He certainly didn't faceplant. I don't think he
He didn't
did.
stick the landing either. It's
He
okay.
didn't stick the landing, but he did fumble it a little bit. And I think part of it is there were too many things for him to juggle. And like, I think he pushed himself. Like, Stormlight has always been kind of the series that pushes him, or that he uses to push himself. And the Wheel of Time gave him a lot of experience in the ability to like rewrite the original Way of Kings and like make it into a great book, or at least a good book. And then Words of Radiance, widely beloved, stuff like that. And I think as the series has grown, and especially with this book, it has a little bit outpaced his skill. And it still mostly works, I think, for me, but it is not the clean Stormlight book that one might expect from other things. And a part of it is a big book. Like, it is literally the biggest book that Tor can print and bind. I mean, they can print whatever they want, but like they could not have bound this book if it had been a page longer, at least not without like going to a different bindery or purchasing a different bindery or whatever the process is. So, and it shows. It is just, it like, for those of us who have read A Memory of Light, it has that same kind of vibe of there is so much here that I can't necessarily, as a reader, I can't necessarily keep everything in my head. It must be so much more difficult as a writer. So, but I do think that I am overall positive about this book, just not as positive as I have been about other Stormlight books, but probably more positive than the rest of these traders on the call with me.
No, I feel like we just really missed the script that 17th Shard is supposed to be blindly, yes, man, we just love everything Brandon puts out without any critique whatsoever.
The shill money envelope has been a little slow. It will come, don't worry.
Where do you get money?
Sometimes we do have our own opinions.
I'm being told it is on the way. I just need to meet with a guy in an alley and he will hand me a McDonald's plastic bag full of shill money.
Hell yeah.
Man,
Okay.
Dragon Steel can't even afford something better than McDonald's plastic bag.
No, that's the vibe. You have to score the vibe. But that's the end of our spoiler-free section, reaction, general thoughts, stuff like that. So if you clicked on this video or this episode and you have not read the book, now is your time to just hard nope out of it, because
reconsider your life decisions.
Because we're jumping straight to the end, probably.
we're jumping straight to the ending of
the
this
climax.
book. Yeah. We're gonna talk about big spoilers. So this is your final warning. Now we go into the spoiler zone, and we're gonna open the spoiler zone with a little bit of a contest of champions stuff.
Woo! Highlight of the book.
Champion.
Honestly.
Well, not quite. But
Highlight of the book. Let me say, I'm going to start this off. This was clearly the part of the book Brandon has spent like the most time thinking and planning and going over again in his head. Like this feels like the culmination of years of like thought and effort on his part, and it really, really shows. Best part of the book, bar none. This was very well considered and well thought out. I have so much positive to say about this part, but I'll let other people go first. And we have lots to talk about here.
I think perhaps Wind and Truth's greatest strength for me is that it took two theories that I was like really not hot on going into it, being Chana Devar, which we'll talk about later, but also like the child champion, like Gavinor's the champion theory. And I was like, I don't like either of these. I have issues with both of them. Both of the moments really worked for me. And Gavinor even more so. Like Shannon was saying, this is maybe my favorite part of the book. I just thought it was so, I use the word crunchy. I love the word crunchy for stuff like this. Character, inner conflict, twisted loyalty, got kidnapped and raised by the enemy in a nightmare hellscape, hate his family and try to destroy the world.
Gavinor novella.
Now.
Oh my god, I need a Gavinor novella, Brandon.
Novella 5.5, come on.
Please.
Exactly my jam.
Pivot from rock.
into it.
Rock's great, but please, Gavinor.
I mean, real talk, I would not be like, I think it's going to be difficult for Brandon to not get itchy for Stormlight for the next like 5-6 years or whatever. I think we'll get rock novella soon, and then he'll do like Mistborn Era 3, and then he'll go, I kind of miss Rashar. And then he'll do a novella.
Yeah. I'm with Alyx that I also like, I was a little iffy on the whole child champion thing before going in, but I was like in the beginning of the book, I didn't have any theories who Odium might put forward as a champion, and as soon as like Gavinor got pulled into the spiritual realm with them, and then start talking about like, oh, Daddy is talking to him, and like Elokar, right? It's just Odium impersonating Elokar, or Terentian impersonating Elokar. was like, okay, yeah, I'm on board with this. And then I didn't come up with that he would age up like that. But when like he came out and yeah, we're doing this.
Well,
You can bleep. We're done.
And yeah, I really liked it. And yeah, all the setup for it was just great.
They've said it. It's Gav is not taking up a normal amount of space in my brain. And he's not paying rent, but it's okay because he's probably never paid rent anywhere in his life. Between being a prince and then living in the spiritual realm, lots to dig into there. So that's a really cool thought. Contest of Champions was good and fun. Good stuff. Yeah. Retribution, pretty awesome.
Okay.
Dalinar giving powers.
Everything in Dalinar's POV day 10 was like, oh, wow. I want to keep going, but Evgeni needs to have his turn.
I do. And we'll talk about Retribution in a little bit too, even though it is closely tied to this. I am going to take this in a slightly different direction. So I did enjoy how the adult Gavinor played out, right? I think like if this had been a literal like a 5-year-old, there was no version of this that would have felt satisfying. I think this is, and like I was okay with it, but a little bit whatever, kind of indifferent. This because the Contest of Champion ultimately does not matter, right? Because Dalinar says, I am not about that noise. I'm gonna go do a third thing. So I have been swayed in the other direction by some of the people on this cast. I think there are some really interesting and crunchy thoughts that you are about to hear in a moment. The thing that I find interesting about the Contest of Champions that others have not brought up is kind of the philosophical aspect of it. Because I do think there are some really interesting and some really difficult questions that are being asked in that. Like it's a very complicated trolley problem, right? And if you accept the premise of the Contest of Champions, which is, hey, we gotta sort this out, there's no third option, then there are really like difficult decisions where like for Dalinar, where he's being asked, okay, well, if I have to kill someone, who, like, where do I draw the line on what is an acceptable sacrifice for the good of Roshar, for the good of the Cosmere, for the good of my family, for the good of Alethkar, for the good of the Coalition, all of these things? Is it my nephew that has grown, or grandnephew that has grown 20 years magically in a magic place? Is it, would I be okay if this was, a stranger? Would I be okay if this was a literal like newborn that had never truly experienced life? Would I be like, because obviously Dalinar would be okay if this was like some fused, right? But even if, as Taravangian points out, even killing a fused is, well, there was a singer whose life was taken in order for this. So like there's always the element of sacrifice. And I think the conversation between Dalinar and Taravangian there is, as much as Dalinar is constantly going, no, I don't want to engage with this philosophy battle of history, there are interesting things that are being said and interesting prompts that are being prompted that I did find quite enjoyable. And I could see Brandon like having spent, not constantly 20 years thinking about this thing, but like I could see this having been in the back of his mind for a very long time. And I thought it was well done. Also, and this is the last thing I'll say before I hand it back to Shannon, I am one of the 2 founding members of the Gavilar should have been the champion club. It's me and Joff. It's the 2 of us. I was really hopeful, especially we saw the Gavilar, not interlude, but the Gavilar prologue in this book, and we saw so much about Gavilar's life, and like Gavilar was, and I'm not going to do this justice because we don't have enough time to do it justice, but like he's such a perfect foil for Dalinar. He has been, this book does try to frame Gavin Nor as, this is someone that Dalinar has like close relationship with, and like he cares about this child, and these are two characters that have emotions. But like Gavilar has been there in the Dalinar arc since the first book, and he's not just been there, he's been a dominant force in Dalinar's arc. And so finding a way to make Gavilar the champion, I don't know what that way would have been, but like finding a way to do that would have been so good and so crunchy. And I will accept baby, not baby Gav.
Baby, not baby Gav.
Right.
I have like, these are the two things I really love adult Gav, and like we're gonna get onto it just in a second. But on the philosophy side, the philosophical rap battle of centuries, of ages, the balls on Brandon to spend 5 books going Dalinar, the big honor guy, the big honor guy. Wow, Dalinar.
Ever break enough. Can't ever do it.
Wow, Dalinar, the most honorable man on Roshar, even when he kind of wasn't, but that's his shtick. That's his whole thing. Big honor guy. And turn around at the end of book 5 and go, nah, actually. And go, actually, he was wrong. And so was the concept of honor I've been building this entire series. Actually, you guys should think about that because there's something wrong here. And I'm like, you spent 5 books setting this up yourself, my dude. And it was great. Because this is bringing in a character who's not actually there during the contest, but is there in spirit. Who's been butting heads with Dalinar since day 1, challenging him on philosophy and like his personhood and like, why do you get to tell me what to do? It's Adolin. And guess whose perspective and point of view is totally validated in the final moments of this series, or half series, I can say, I guess. It's Adolin. Validated in the most like unimaginable like way possible, because like I was noticing something as I was reading this book. Adolin and Dalinar are having a perspective battle throughout all of Wind and Truth. And I was like, how are they going to pay this off? Because like at some point you realize Adolin and Dalinar aren't seeing each other ever again. At some point you're like, they're not interacting again in this book. So why is this happening? And it starts when like they split off. Adolin goes to Azimir, and Dalinar's final like big decision that Adolin sees is like, I have to honor this oath and send those Windrunners to Herdaz. And Adolin is like, that's stupid. Why would you do that? Yeah, it's honorable, but what are you doing, Dad? Stupid Dad. Ugh. And it's this whole thing of like, when Adolin, who has like a very multivaried and like multi-purpose, his POV scenes do so much. Like there's a lot going on with Adolin. But one of the things he's thinking about from time to time is he's thinking about honor, but he's just not doing it in a way that we really notice until we get to the end and realize Adolin's perspective has been setting up a philosophy that is not in total opposition to his dad, but it is still a challenge to his dad, to Dalinar. And you're sitting here going like, Adolin is the sufferer in this book. He is holding on to a concept of honor in a way that I think like pretty much every reader is going to agree with and sympathize with. And we look at Adolin in this book and we go, we haven't been saying like, oh, that's the honor guy, because in our heads at this point, Dalinar has been labeled the honor guy. But looking back, who is the honor guy in this book? It's Adolin. Everything that he's doing is like him going for this ideal. Like he's sitting down and buckling down like on his ideal that I need to be here and defend this place. And he suffers for it. And even when he suffers for it and he's alone, he doesn't give up. And he gives trust to Maya, even though he's like, should I even give trust to Maya? What's the payoff for that going to be? Well, I trust her. And it's just like, it's all this like deep faith and conviction. And he is like, and it is this picture of honor. And at the end, Dalinar turns, and I guess through like spiritual, whatever, he can, whatever.
Connection.
He's like, actually, I was wrong and Adolin was right. And so that's why my concept of honor can't win. And that's the whole, like, the concept, all of it comes down to this concept of like telling this child honor, this new being, you can't look at me anymore. I've had it wrong in some ways, and passes it off to the next generation. And like, it's a total validation of like what Adolin did. And I'm just like, and I know in a lot of ways there's this whole Taravangian and Dalinar side too, which is also really, 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 really good. And I have so much to say on that too. Oh God, there's just like, there's so much to say. I could speak for hours on like the contest for champions. This was just one angle. Someone take it away from me, please. Cause I'm going to keep going on Taravangian if you let me, but I'll come back to me later. Yeah,
can definitely jump in. If we want to talk a little bit more about like Dalinar Gavinor, I think what really, really worked for me about that dynamic is I almost get the sense the book at first wants you to see things from Dalinar's perspective. Like, you're in his POV. He's the one walking up the stairs to see who the champion is. And like, maybe the emotion was supposed to be, oh, it's so horrible that Dalinar is going to have to kill his grandson. I'm like, I don't care about that. Whatever Dalinar is feeling is not important to me whatsoever, because the way more interesting thing to me is what Gavinor is feeling in this moment. Gavinor, who has been betrayed or let down by every parental figure in his life. His mother went mad and let him get tortured by Spren. His father died trying to save him. He thinks his grandparents abandoned him in a nightmarescape. And then finally, he gets protected and like raised by Odium in the spiritual realm, who in the moment of the contest, like, freezes him to make him helpless so Dalinar can just kill him for free. The absolute, like, I am crazy about what this boy must be feeling after everything he's been through. It's insane. It makes me insane. All right, there you go. It's so good. It's so good. It's such a great character concept. And I know we've talked to some of the others who have like, we've all been processing our book thoughts together. And I know there's some people who are like, well, this felt like I didn't know this Gavinor because he was totally new. And I'm like, I did. I knew this Gavinor immediately. It clicked. I had a lock on this guy, and he was immediately the most interesting character that maybe this book has put forward. At least the most interesting new character. Because yeah. I did not need time to think about it. That concept was locked in.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think the fact that we don't get to see that development, at least in Wind and Truth, right? And like, I would very much like to read a novella about it, but the fact that we just see him come out and like, he is this guy now that like really hates Dalinar and everything that he stands for, that only has this impact because we don't get to see the entire process, and we have to think, we have to see the implication. Okay, what the heck has Odium done to him to make him this way? And yeah, it wouldn't have worked otherwise if we had any sort of insight into what Gavinor has experienced.
Brandon, I think, he can be very, very good at taking really subtle cues about a character relationship and letting them convey a lot. And I think a lot of the way that Gavinor and Odium interacting during the contest puts a lot of meaning into like what their relationship has been during these 20 years that Gavinor was right. Like, you can see how much of a parental and honestly, this was a grooming relationship. He was being raised to be a champion to kill his own family, and how much influence and trust there is, to the point that like when he gets paralyzed, it already feels like a betrayal, even though we've only had him for a chapter and a half by that point, sort of a thing. It really, really worked for me.
Yeah.
I'll add on to what you're saying. I could not put the stuff about all the crunchy relationships between them better than you are putting it. So I'll just be like, yes, that. I will add on to it by saying, another thing that I think is really interesting about Gavinor now is that not only has he been raised to do this thing his whole life, almost his whole life, and not only does he have this relationship with Taravangian, but also, like, he's just been in the spiritual realm for 20 years. Like, and that's going to have so many effects that we don't even necessarily think about right away. But it's like, he called that his home realm. That's what he's used to. He probably doesn't have very many memories of the physical realm. Like, is he used to eating food anymore? Does he kind of just like do that if he feels like the taste, but he doesn't actually need it? Is he used to getting tired, to sleeping anymore? Like, what kinds of things are just like different in his day-to-day existence now that he's like going from the spiritual realm to the physical realm, where he just like has to adjust all over again to so many like subtle parts of life? I'm really interested in that as well, as a part of like his general readjustment into the world.
I think about it all the time. Like, the physical realm has a continuity of existence that he probably is not going to be used to. Like, if he wants to leave a place, does he have to figure out how to leave a place? In the physical realm, like, there's connecting tissue. You have to go from like through a hallway. You know, it's like there's all this like, what about the liminal? This stuff drives me crazy. Like, it keeps me up at night. I'm like, I know this is so mundane, but it's like, it's so central to our reality. I leave my room and I don't really think about the hallway, but then I'm like, and then I'm in the kitchen, and it's like, it's just like little things like that. Like, does he know how to do things? But what also drives me crazy about Gavinor is like the concept of these relationships he's supposed to have in the physical realm that are just absolutely cut off and are like kind of non-existent anymore. He has family in this tower. Like, he still has his blood relations who are alive and not encased in stone or crystal or whatever. Like, Jasnah's there, Renarin's there, and now they're like abruptly having to deal with someone. Like, is he actually older than Renarin now? Like,
he is 25, so close.
I think they're really close in age.
Yeah. So abruptly, like, they have to take care of this, you know, it's just like, I love the concept of reacting to like this, oh, my baby cousin who's now right there. He looks like your other dead cousin, Elokar, a lot. He's right there in your face. Or Jasnah, her brother, like someone, like, is this going to be like oh my God, it's like a surrogate, my little brother's back, and he just looks at you and either doesn't know you or hates you. And it's like, what does rebuilding that look like? This is the stuff, like, if Brandon doesn't write it, I will. Like, this is juicy. Give it to me. Oh yeah.
And like the continuity of places and also the continuity of time. It's like, does he, like, things have consequences now. If he doesn't like how a conversation went, he can't just be like, okay, reset time because no one here is real except for one person. And that's the only thing I have to worry about is one person. It like everything is real now. And yeah.
It's really good.
I do think that he probably, I think the option that Brandon will take is that Gavinor hasn't had as much control over the spiritual realm as a lot of the characters that we saw, such as the bondsmiths, such as the characters who have enlightened Spren to like help them with this stuff. I do think a lot of his experience will have been curated by Odium and will have been kind of closer to the physical realm experience than what we saw throughout this book. But I also think that a lot of the questions and comments that are being raised here are still going to be valid, right? Because he does relive and says so certain visions again and again and again. So like there is this idea of, well, in my home realm, I can do this over and over again, and I can learn from things. And here now there will be no take backsies. So
no take backsies is a big, enormous stuff.
Yeah.
No redos, no save states.
Yeah, no save states, no saves coming. I might bring it back to like the contest again, like the Taravangian side.
Yeah, I maybe have a final thought on the Gavinor thing, but it's like really tangential actually.
Yeah.
I want to know what happens to the chunk of flesh that Taravangian just called into being now. Like
the Gavinor chunk.
Yeah.
Listen, like I like some kinds of horror. I'm right with you on this. I'm like, what if it's rotting in the bed? You know, just like where they left it and no one goes near it for a while. Just like I'm so sorry if you're not a horror-minded person. To me, like, so sorry.
That's
Just like some of it, but I'm just like, I'm obsessed. It's like, I love like the horrible like moment before catharsis when you realize something horrible has happened. And to me, that's the stasis of like, no one wants to deal with that little hunk of flesh in the corner. No, and you know, like, because it's like there's so much emotion wrapped up in that little thing where they like that symbolizes the fact that they thought they got him out. That like they thought he was safe, and now he's not safe. Let it rot. You know what? Horror is very symbolic. Horror is very poetic in some ways. But I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm going to throw out real quick. Imagine Dalinar, who survived the contest, is like walked down into the tower and sees his own weird flesh lump in a crib and like realizes, oh yeah, it has only been minutes for them and they thought this was me, and like trying to process that nonsense is fascinating.
Ooh. Sorry, maybe we should have a warning on that, but just picture this. Okay.
No, let's get gnarly.
Yeah.
We have spent 25 minutes on the first bullet point.
Dear Lord.
Which, you know, Contest of Champions is a big one, but I do think we need to
move along.
Okay.
So I will say, how do we feel as a way, because we don't want to spend an entire episode on the Contest of Champions. How do we feel about the outcome of the contest? Is that did we predict that someone was going to find a way out of the predefined options?
I feel like by day 8, where like Brennan is starting to present the idea that it doesn't matter. And it like, you know, if a reader is going to be picking up the pieces, when Dalinar goes through this whole thought process of, oh, hold on, like what actually does happen if we win? If I win it all, what actually happens? And he goes through that little thought experiment. It's like in 2 generations, it already doesn't matter. It might as well be the same. We're back exactly to this point again. That's like winning the contest is the same thing as kicking the can down the road. Status quo, not trusting anyone to like do anything different. And so by the time I got to day 10, at like finishing the Contest of Champions, I'm sitting there going, well, we can't just win the contest. So on some level, I'm already not really wanting that outcome. I don't want him to necessarily win. So I was ready for that third option. I wasn't expecting what he did, but I thought in the moment, as it was laid out moment by moment, Sunmaker's Gambit, you're getting the sense of like something epic is happening. And then it's like, he's going through this thought process of like, it doesn't matter if I win, or like if we win, we still lose, that kind of whole thing. And then the words out of his mouth are, I renounce my oaths. And I give up. And you're sitting there going, what? What is that? What does that do? And then all of a sudden, like, this is what I love. This is like the intersection of Dalinar and Adolin's thing again. The game Adolin and May were playing with Gox, sitting there explaining like the concept of the Sunmaker's Gambit and also the game where it was like 2v1 and like what happens then. It doesn't matter if Gox started in the more powerful position, 2v1 wins. And so I was sitting there going like, well, there are 3 shards on Roshar. Like, how does this do? Like, so I'm trying to do a combination of cultivation and honor and odium, and how do these intersect? And Brandon pulls the camera back even wider and goes, no. If one looks more powerful, what is everyone else on the field going to do? And then you remember, oh, the field is the Cosmere, and all like the other shards are the other players. So it doesn't matter if Retribution is now the most powerful like player. It doesn't matter if everyone else like, you know, is going to be against him. And I was like, oh, so it worked for me. I was like, this sucks for Roshar so bad. Oh no, Roshar. But at the same time, there was a part of me that was cheering my little heart out because I was like, oh, Dalinar, oh, you did it. You like all you had to do is just sort of like he had to play a little bit like, no, Taravangian, don't take honor. Even now I'm getting like so excited about it. It's really good.
I did like the Contest of Champions ending, although I was slightly disappointed because some people might remember I put forward a theory on Shardcast that I wanted Dalinar to take up honor but then lose the contest as honor, and would have been demonstrably a similar situation in terms of like has to follow Odium's commands as honor. It's fine if Odium holds both shards instead of just being able to command Dalinar, who's holding on. It's fine, whatever. But like that was the vibe I was rooting for going into this book, was like, oh, it's going to be the worst ever and devastating consequences that nobody foresaw, and Roshar is going to be screwed. We're looking at like the Rosharan refugees showing up in the Lost Metal, and it's like, ooh, wonder what happened to Roshar recently. Probably nothing good. So kind of the like darker atmosphere at the end of the book was cool. It was like in line with what I was expecting. I think actually maybe this ending was a little bit more hopeful in terms of like, you do get the sense that Dalinar accomplished something and sort of like got a little bit of a win over on Odium becoming Retribution. I think I would have maybe even liked the vibe of like, everything's terrible and we are going to have to recover from like this post-apocalypse is sort of, which there's some of that, but I could have wanted it to be meaner. We could have been meaner in the ending even. Well, I love it when characters suffer.
Not unusual for you.
I was also prepared for like a downer ending, and in some sense, like I wasn't sure what to think about the contest because as Shannon already outlined, and as Dalinar realized, like it didn't really matter in the end what the outcome would have been. So but I also did not see it coming that we would get another double shard like this. Like no way I was seeing that. Probably also partly because we previously heard, or like Brandon said, that Odium doesn't want to take up another shot, but that is really Race, right? They didn't want that. And Taravangian is a whole nother player. And so it doesn't necessarily make sense, but it's okay.
It could make sense.
Yeah, it could make sense, right? For him to pick up another shot. And I mean, Retribution is just also a great combo of honor and Odium, I feel like. And so I really like this outcome. Like, of course, Roshar, we will have to deal with that eventually and see how we can fix that. But I really like it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's cool. It's such a cool moment when you suddenly have all of the shards just kind of like turning around to go, oh, hold up, what just happened here? Yeah. It's like, oh, they're all paying attention now.
Like the cosmic sense of all the heads in the room turning. Hold up.
And it has been so well established that not just in this book, but in others, through the letters and stuff, that the shards are content to leave Odium in his cage, right? And so it is such a huge... it is such a huge move, right? It is such a huge move. I do love the little nod-on vision in which Dalinar just kind of works through the problem with the help of whoever or whatever Nod-on is. I think that's going to be...
Nod-on. It was like, that was like such a cap on the series too. Like that conversation with Nod-on.
Yeah. But there's a bit there where Dalinar's like, I don't know what to do. War serves Odium. Peace serves Odium. There's no like what do I and then Dalinar's like, I can't deal with him. I can't defeat him. And Odium's just like, well, who can? And then the gears just click, and it's such a beautiful moment. I love it so much.
There's a culmination of like Dalinar's character arc of like the benevolent dictator who can't let anybody else do things. It always has to be him, and him having to realize he's literally not the person who can do this, and he has to let somebody else. But
the no Hadden conversation.
That was such a sweet little conversation. Yeah, I liked that he was like, yeah, I promised I would give you bread. And he was like, I'm sharing my bread.
Yeah.
Oh, that bread sounded so delicious. Oh my god.
Did though, also.
Oh,
I got really hungry in
Man,
that
now I
chapter,
want
and it was
some.
like in the middle of the night.
Okay, guys, we all lived through the pandemic. We can all make our own bread now. Okay.
it sounds so fluffy and
Yeah.
just anyway. We do need to move on.
Okay.
And I think it's a kind of a natural segue to go and talk about Retribution a little bit.
Ooh.
Because that was a bit of a surprise to a lot of people, I think I would say.
I didn't see it coming. I didn't see this theory anywhere by the time I got to it. I was shocked.
Yeah. People have speculated what a combined shard of honor and odium might look like. In fact, people have speculated that this is how either book 5 or book 10 is going to end, right? War has always been a very popular candidate. My personal favorite has for a long time been vengeance. And I think there is an aspect of Retribution that is vengeance. It is retributive, hey, I am the shard that punishes oath breakers. And that, I think, is a really, really interesting, really beautiful way to describe an aspect.
Yeah, it goes right into it, at the end when it's talking about the dark side of honor, or Dalinar's reflecting on the dark side of honor, oh yeah, honor, the good god, the good shard, yay. But it's actually there's been a dark side here that we've just been not examining this whole series, but also in character on purpose. How can I say this? This is exactly the kind of thing that I wanted when we talk about the concept of honor. Here, Day 10, at end of a 5-book series, it finally feels like we're talking about honor as adults do, not just as children do. And I think that is not lampshaded, but the explanation and the reasoning dovetail perfectly when we come up with this little child honor. A little child goes, keep your word. Life should be fair. And especially life should be fair to me. And this is how a child thinks about what honor is. But as adults, when we think about those same concepts, we come up with these extremely sticky, messy, and sometimes horrifying adult thoughts that might get, the concept of honor killings. Honor's in the word, honor's in the phrase. It's extremely real. The concept of we're killing each other because 100 years ago, someone slighted me. That's honor, right? That's what we call honor.
There's sorry, let me just interject. There's a great sentence that describes the shard as it was the power of oaths and the pride that men bore at being thought of as men of oaths. Yeah.
And also the line I'm pulling from, because the power might not care about self-improvement, but to care deeply about being right.
Yeah.
And I was like, ooh, brutal own, brutal self-own. We're gonna take the concept of honor. It's honor's so good. Book 1, book 2, 3, 4, 5, and then take out the concept of honor out and shoot it behind the shed.
It is the shard of Reddit. Yeah. Oh my god.
Honor is not integrity. I think for a lot of these books, honor has been presented as being very synonymous with integrity in terms of having a personal code, upholding it, being true to the things that you said you were going to do. And I like the way that this sort of peels it back and is that's actually not what the heart of honor is, even though it is a concept that wants to be seen as having integrity.
Yeah, I think I definitely agree with that. That it's sort of the view we had on honor so far has been this very lawful sort of as you say, integrity view, which is not as personal, but I feel like this in this computation, this retribution as well, the aspect of personal honor and, like as you said, Shan, honor killings and stuff like that really come through as well. That like the retribution part, or I guess the odious part of retribution, really puts it into perspective and brings out the worst in honor as well. So yeah.
Yeah, it feels like honor didn't have to shift too much to be retribution. Like there's like, oh, that it feels so perfect because it feels like it was always in there. Like more than harmony, discord, whatever. This feels like such like, oh my God, they actually go together so well, and it's terrifying. But in this concept of like the concept of honor growing up, or like let's look at this concept with more maturity. I think that also does come back to Dalinar and Adolin again. I'm not sure the way this was written in Adolin's point of view like worked, but he was trying to go for this with the concept of like promises versus oaths. And for a lot of readers, I think they really are just synonymous, like in the English language, like the distinction like doesn't really work with the words, but I think the concept of what Adolin was going for really shows the difference. Dalinar and child honor are like, no, we have to do the letter of my oath, the letter of my promise. And Adolin's like, no, a promise is trying. Like there's a version of honor. I can be honorable and still say, no, I'm not sending Windrunners to Herdaz. And that there's still honor in that. And child honor doesn't get that yet. Little honor is going, no, you can't do that. That's wrong. And Dalinar, grown up Dalinar, is in the face of like realizing he's been wrong the whole time, is going, no, my son is like has the more grown up true concept of honor. Now you go and learn about that.
And also Evie. I do like that he brings Evie back into, hey, can you, because there's this concept of understanding, like Dalinar's next ideal, ascension ideal, I don't know, like, but there's a set of words there that are, I understand you, which triggers something magical going on. And the concept of understanding is big. And that comes back a little bit later in the Gnawdown vision, where he's like, okay, well, baby Honor, you want to be understood. Can you try to understand my wife? Like why she went to the rift to do the things that she did. So a lot of really like nicely tied together things are happening in those chapters, and that's fantastic.
Yes.
Going back to the entire like why the combination works so well. There's this quote that like I don't, it's not the exact quote, but that like odium is divine hatred lacking context and like divide from its context. And I feel like this divine hatred being funneled and channeled through the lens of honor and giving the context of honor is a lot more terrifying than odium on its own.
Because you have a right to be angry.
Yes, exactly.
Now you're a good person for being angry and hating that.
It is the self-righteousness of it, right?
Yeah.
It is the zeal. It is the fanaticism. It is the I mean, it is like it is self-righteousness, right? It is I am right.
You wronged me, so therefore I'm the good person in the scenario, and you deserve to be punished.
Not even me, right? You did something wrong. I can now punish you. Yeah, no. Retribution is a terrifying shard. And
well, I think like it's just like because I know exactly what it means. Like I think readers are going to look at this and we have so many unfortunate real life things we can point to and go, oh, I know what this looks like.
I mean, it's Twitter the shard. It's Reddit the shard, right?
Your hatred is justified, and you're a good person for hating that way.
It is. I mean, it is all of these things, right? And so one thing I did want to call out to Honor as I think we are getting ready to wrap up this Shardic bit. But one thing that I found interesting is that perhaps unsurprisingly so, we all have prescribed more to Honor than the Shard than Honor is or has been. Right.
Yeah.
Like we have all prescribed integrity and goodness and morality and all of these things, but that's not what the shard is all about, right? Ruin, similarly, Ruin has never been like this necessarily malicious force. It is just entropy. All things must end and stuff like that. So like we always, and this is very intentional with the shards, we always prescribe certain things that are packaged into the shard just by virtue of association and how we think about things. They are not necessarily like, they could be a part of the shard if the shard learned and grew and developed and like accepted these things, but they are not necessarily that. And so in a way, Tanavast himself at least started off as being closer to the true concept of honor as we imagined it than the shard itself. And then over time, the shard kind of settled in and became this vindictive almost force. The Knights Radiant were closer to the Shard of Honor than the Shard of Honor itself was, right? So there's a lot of interesting stuff, and I would love to see where the back five take this idea of, well, Dalinar incepted the idea of growth and understanding and improvement and doing better in the shard. So I would love to see where that goes.
Yeah. Same.
Yeah.
Yep. And on that note, let's talk about another consequence of the Contest of Champion, the True Desolation.
I'm gonna say the Night of Sorrows, the Forever Storm, as someone said, Castle?
Castle was the first person in Discord whom I could find referring to it as the Forever Storm.
GG Castle, that's a hilarious name. I love it. All I can think about is the ecological consequences. It's just going to be dark and raining all the time. And when we come back to this planet in however many in-world years, what's it going to look like? That's what I'm interested in. Look, our characters are going to be in like Sunshiny Land or the Tower for the most part.
Which is also Sunshiny Land because it is above the Everstorm.
Yeah. So, like, what about the vast majority of humans who are living in rainy land? We kind of already know how the listeners are getting by. Like, they're going to get Warlight, and good for them, and they're going to be able to grow their crops, and they probably don't need sunshine based on how good for them. What is culture going to be like when it's raining all the time? What do they eat? I'm just like, what is their the entire world actually looks different now. And now I'm like, oh, like, when you go to like in sci-fi, science fiction, like there's the planet of whatever, the planet of snow, the planet of water, the planet of desert. And now what Roshar is the planet of has changed. And I'm just like, I just want to know what the world is physically going to look like now. That it's going to be totally. Are there going to be new creatures? Are some creatures going to die forever?
It better not be axe hounds, Brandon. You already killed off the dogs.
You already killed off the dogs. That's what I'm interested in.
I don't know that I have a ton of interest in like the storm and its effects. Like, I'm sure there will be some. I am more interested in actually what's going to happen with Urithiru in terms of like everybody getting sealed in this nuclear bunker. And I kind of hope they go a little bit stir crazy and get kind of weird about it.
Oh, let's get weird about it.
I really hope they get weird about it. I hope we get back to an Urithiru that like the culture is kind of off and is not necessarily comfortable because they have created a concept of they're the last bastion of where radiance can exist. Yeah. That's
can you imagine? Can you imagine like this religion popping up around like the Crystal Navani, like
stuff like that? I want the weirdness. Let's
get weird. There should be a shrine in front of the room where Navani is, and it should be this giant like room, and it's crazy. It should be weird.
Like our Azamir crew, who's gonna like make do on the ground, like whenever the crystal bubble falls down and we interact with the Urithiru people, I want the people on the outside to be like, oh, this is the way we're doing things.
Are you okay?
No, that's the reaction I want.
I bet you that doesn't happen till the end of Stormlight 6. Just gonna put 50 cents on that. It seems. Yeah.
I feel like they will have figured out else gates in the time skip, or at least hope so. So like moving in between Shadesmar and like other places would be possible. So I'm not sure how like 10 to 15 years is still a long time, like a pretty long time for some idiosyncrasies to develop there. So it could get a little weird, definitely, especially like the first few years.
At the very least, we know that the future wife of Szeth is in communication with Jasnah. And one is in Shinovar and one is in Urithiru currently. So,
I imagine Lift might be like the singular radiant going out on missions in the world, or like, I kind of love that for her. Like, I was like, immediately it makes sense. Like, that's why Lift is the main character of the first next one. Oh, I get it. Because there's no Stormlight anymore, but she doesn't have Stormlight.
We have the Light character. We have the Enlightened Radiant who can presumably use Void Light. We have the two Heralds who probably still have a connection to the vestiges of honor that are inside Retribution. And who am I missing? Jasnah.
I think all of the Radiants should like get twisted and weird so they can actually use some kind of light if Stormlight is gone forever. And I think they should become like eldritch abominations of Knights Radiant. And I just like, what if they all become enlightened now? Oh, what if Mishram gets involved and she makes like her own like weird little Knights Radiant?
Yeah.
Like speaking of, sorry.
I just to say that would be fun. Wouldn't that be fun?
Like, speaking of cultures changing in interesting ways during this time, Azir being like the only place or one of the only places in the world that has sunlight and that doesn't have this storm. Like, how are they going to feel about that? How is everyone else going to feel about that? I think they already mentioned at the end of the book something about like a ton of refugees are trying to come in, but they only have so much space. But like, of course, everyone would be trying to go there.
And the rest of the world is not locked in the same way that, so the rest of the world, should they want to, could try to funnel into Azir, which, oh boy.
And like, I'm also like, is anyone going to try to like outright conquer Azir for this little bit of sunlight?
Borders are frozen.
They're not allowed.
Oh, no, right. Okay, true.
I was also like, wouldn't it be fun and interesting if we stopped having Alethi like side characters and main characters and start getting more Azir ones? Because I think it would be fun and interesting to watch the cultural center of these books shift.
Yeah.
I mean, more than half of the back half cast is, we have Lift, who is Reshi. We have Ash, who looks like a mix between Shin and Makabaki, and we have Talon, who is Makabaki in the sense that he is like one of the first people who eventually became Makabaki, right? So
it's also going to be interesting to see, like, because everywhere else is under, I guess, Retribution's control now, and like they will be able to lead somewhat. Not like, I guess for one, singers will become the dominant culture there over the intervening years, and they will be able to lead a sort of normal life almost, maybe in that. So like, what will Rosha look like after the time? Like, will the humans be the aliens again, and like actually want to leave maybe, because like would they even want on the planet anymore, because it's so dreadful to live there. So I think that's also going to be a really interesting aspect to see, like how the rest of the planet changes, and maybe we will get some viewpoints there as well, like in the back half, and see how those people fare.
Because like if Retribution isn't like literally there watching over everyone's shoulder, like he's not literally like on the planet right now, I can see a lot of like humans trying to slip away and like, let's get off planet.
They don't have a lot of options for that, unfortunately. Cultivation's perpendicularity is gone. And Odium's now Retribution's perpendicularity is only known to the listeners.
I was thinking about Hornator Peak.
It's gone.
It's gone. Yeah.
Oh, so they all must have gone in before things would happen.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Sucks for them.
It disappears when cultivation, in the words of Taravangian, ejects herself from the system.
I didn't know where honors was. I took a 50-50 stab.
It moves.
Yeah.
Also, probably doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, that is just completely random thought. But I do wonder now what happened to the Night Watcher. No, like cultivation's gone. Like that's
I mean, presumably Night Watcher is still around.
Yeah, right.
Because all of the other Spren are now protected by the Oath Pact.
Yeah.
One thing I do wanna call out that will be obvious to a lot of readers, but that I am especially fond of is one of the death rattles, a lot of which have now been revealed in this book, and a lot of which are also titles of like chapter titles in Day 10, which is just so powerful, such a strong move. But one of the ones that is particularly notable here is the one that reads, "I'm cold, mother. I'm cold. Mother? Why can I still hear the rain? Will it stop?" Which has always been this kind of haunting, chilling... we joke around about the forever storm and how bad things are, but like the idea of you are just living on Roshar somewhere, and one day, so imagine you are somewhere in Azir, or you're somewhere in Yakaved or whatever, and one day you look up and an Everstorm pops out of nowhere on top of the mountain that is like in the middle of the continent, and then a High Storm pops out of nowhere opposing it, and then the two of them clash, and the two of them merge together into something new, and it's this blanket of darkness that spills out from the mountaintop to cover the entire planet in night, in darkness, in shadow, in coldness and rain. And it is just this, the rain never stops. There is no more sunlight. Like that's...
And then the capital N night will finally be relevant.
Yes.
That is a terrifying,
awful. It's not for humans. Not for humans.
No, I hate it. I hate it so. Like that's, give me baby lump of flesh anytime. I don't care about that. But
no, that's the first thing I thought of. Ecological. How is this planet going to be different? What is day-to-day visual life?
And practically, it will be fine because in Retribution, because Taravangian thinks, I'm gonna keep things the same, but like everything will depend on me and my light. And so like things will continue to grow on Warlight or Retribution Light, or probably Warlight.
Shine some Warlight into your face for the UV.
Get your vitamin D from the sphere, right? But it's just the idea of everything was fine, and then fine for Roshar, right? Like you can see my background. Fine for Roshar is a different level of fine, but like, and then just everything gets covered in this like oppressive layer of darkness. It's just I hate it, but I love it.
Yeah.
Yes.
I love the status quo being changed.
I was just gonna say, like that's with the status quo being changed, it's so big that like I almost didn't even realize like when the whole Shard merge happened and when the Stormfather died and all of that, I didn't like quite fully process all the consequences immediately. And then like Ishar's like, there's no High Storm anymore. There's no Stormlight anymore.
There's no Stormlight.
And it's like, two of the like most iconic things about the book and series. And whenever anyone like talks about it, like the High Storm is one of the main ideas like explained if you're pitching the book to someone, and like Stormlight is literally the name of the series, and it's like, there's just none of that anymore. That's just gone. Everything is now totally on another level, and that's so wild.
Yeah, no, it is bonkers. I am back half cannot come soon
Yes.
enough. It can. I need a break. It can in fact come soon enough. If it came right now, it would be too soon. But also, if Brandon wanted to just blab a little bit about the back half, I would be okay with that. I think that would be fine. So one thing I do want to call out that I don't want us to spend time talking about it, because we will talk about it in a different episode, is Pooley's interlude that does seem to tie into this idea of an eternal Everstorm and possibly what comes after it, right? The idea of the sailors on the Infinite Sea coming back with lights in their pockets, where now that light is gone is probably especially notable and interesting. So just something to keep in mind. Pooley's interlude, not a lot of death rattles did get fulfilled. Pooley's interlude, not fulfilled. What we are going to move on to talk about, however, is kind of a way out of this world of eternal darkness and terribleness, which is Kaladin, who becomes a herald.
I'm shocked by how little I think I have to say about it.
Yeah.
Because this isn't the bad ending for Kaladin that I thought entering the Oath Pact would be. So I'm not like ranting and raving about like, you can't do this to the suicidal character, Brandon. And on the other hand, I'm like, cool. I'm really glad he and Syl get to live in picnic land for a bit. Isn't that nice? Isn't that nice?
The spiritual spa.
They get to go on shin grass and lay in the grass and talk about feelings and maybe fall in love, and it's good for him. Honestly, good for him. That's kind of where I'm at with this. It's like, okay,
yeah. I think overall, like a new Oath Pact of some sort, or like the main characters, or some of the main characters at least, becoming heralds has been a pretty common theory I've seen around, and I never quite liked it because, for one, like, it did always feel like, okay, just another Oath Pact, like it's also just going to be a band-aid and we will not have solved anything. But it also, again, makes sense. We're only in the middle of the series, so some sort of band-aid is okay. And I liked how it turned out that, like, we didn't have, for one, it's sort of a new Oath Pact, but it's concerned with something completely different.
Purpose, right?
Yeah. It's concerned only basically with, or at least that's how it's presented, as only protecting the Spren and keeping them from getting sucked up again into Retribution. And I also like that only one herald being replaced, basically, and not all of them like being all. It's like Shallan and I don't know, other people become heralds as well. It's just Kaladin, and out of all the main characters, he was always the most likely to become one. So I'm fine with it, and I like the execution well enough. So I don't mind it, and I'm looking forward to seeing how it plays out in the back half.
This one is a little difficult to talk about because I don't want to get into the whole spread of it. I have a lot to say around this topic, but I'm going to follow our outline and be good and save a lot of those thoughts. I will say very broadly, Kaladin was maybe my least favorite character for most of this book for a lot of different reasons. The moment where he chooses to become the Herald specifically to protect Szeth from that fate worked for me. That was one of the few Kaladin moments that I actually did enjoy in this book. I don't necessarily like it in the broader context of like Kaladin being a therapist and Kaladin doing therapy on the Heralds during the time skip. I think I have a lot of issues with the way like Kaladin's nascent learning how to therapy and his interactions with Nail and Ishar in this book have a lot of issues for me. So in terms of like that aspect of it, it's tainted by all the stuff I'm not talking about yet. But the singular moment where he chooses to become a herald, I did like. So lots of caveats there. Stay tuned. There's
asterisks. You have like 4 asterisks on. That was good.
17 asterisks on this.
There's 17 asterisks.
With notes that you have to read the footnotes, but if you do, I can say that moment was good.
It sure was something that happens in the book. I'm like,
Something? Okay.
I have trouble pulling up like specific emotions on it other than Kaladin. Because at that point I was just so over Kaladin.
The Kaladin stonks are down.
The Kaladin, that's my line. I was there when I wrote this in the thing. The Kaladin stonks are down in this book.
So true.
But we'll talk about that when the section Kaladin stonks dropped precipitously in this book. But I did really like Herald, because I think my fear going into this book was, oh my God, if Kaladin dies or becomes a herald, like joins the Oath Pact, this is so bad. This is so bad for him. I can't believe, don't do this to him, Brandon, don't do this to Kaladin. And then they changed the Oath Pact enough that it was like, oh, this isn't the horrible death sentence / torture for eternity that it was before. So that also has like a lot to do with my okayness with it. So now I'm just kind of like, I'm okay. I think like at the moment one, I was like, oh my God, yes. And like the day after, now I'm just like, okay, cool. All right.
Yeah.
He's a herald now, I guess. Sure. Why not?
I in the abstract, I kind of still wish that he had gotten to like retire or something and just like step out of the story a little bit. In part because I don't want more Kaladin. Please stop. make him go away.
Well, he's out of the story. He's in the spiritual spa.
No, but you know he's gonna come back, and it's gonna be huge and big, and he's gonna have several epic hero moments. And like
he is John Stormlight.
I don't
come back and he'll say things.
I thought, I agree with that aspect because at the end of Rhythm of War, I was like, oh, Kaladin, he gets a retirement arc and this will be a nice send-off. And then I got to so it was nice for the heraldness, but also I agree. It was like, oh no, he's going to be a 6 through 10 main character now.
Okay, but so you have to remember, there was a period in which Kaladin was going to have a second flashback book in the back 5.
Don't tell me that. I don't want to know that. Don't try and soothe my feelings with facts.
It was always like John Stormlight was always going to be real.
But I don't have to like it.
I was able to live in a world where he wasn't for a bit, and it was nice. And then and then now I have to think about like, oh God.
Too bad.
Then go off and retire to a farm and be cute with Syl and not be involved in things.
At least he gets to be cute with Syl now. You know, like that's why I'm phrasing it as picnic land. He gets to
do it all off screen though, Brandon.
Oh yeah, come back and show
on
us
screen.
Show us some of that longing.
So I was fine with Kaladin Herald. I think it was to me, Kaladin was always going to be some kind of a big deal, and it was really the question of, well, was he going to be King of Urithiru? Was he going to be
Honor? A lot of people wondered if he was going to be Honor this book.
Was he going to be a herald? Like he was always going to be main character plus material. Like he was going to move from a main character to something more than a main character, not to something less than a main character.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I see that in hindsight now, but
well, still issue.
I had different dreams. And I let them take over.
So I think his ascension, I suppose, to heraldhood was handled mostly pretty well. I am a little conflicted on the on Kaladin's quippiness throughout the book, which is more of a that's Kaladin arc comment, not Kaladin becoming a herald moment.
There's so much Kaladin arc comment we got to save for Kaladin arc.
It colors the yes, Honor is dead, but I'll see what I can do. Like that on its own, I think I would have been pretty okay with. I would have liked
for the fact that it was like the nth quip, quip at the end of like a series of like freaking inappropriate quips.
Yeah. So, but these are fairly small things, right? The big important thing is Kaladin is a herald now. I do like that it's kind of a Syl is also taking a role in this.
Storm Mother, and her hand was on the spear too, and they put it in the dirt, which I like. I like that they're doing it together.
Yeah. I do love like Syl like briefly looking in like this like queenly regalia and literal storms in her eyes. I'm very excited to find out what that is all about.
Yes.
But Kaladin Herald sounds good to me.
Yeah.
Okay.
One thing I wanted to call out is kind of the nature of the new Oath Pact, which I like, which is the original Oath Pact, and this is more of a thematic thing, but like the original Oath Pact was kind of this, it's a prison that holds things in, right? The heralds go off to Braze, and they are the prison, they are the shell that holds the Fused and the Voidspread in. The new Oath Pact is less of a prison and more of a fort, right? The heralds are now protecting something inside from retributions from ODM's forces that are trying to like get in and slurp up all the spread, which I think is an interesting and very appealing to me recontextualization. It's not even a recontextualization. It's like formatting of the thing, changing of the model.
Yeah. Something that just came to mind to me is that the characters think Kaladin is dead, right? They do not know he's a herald.
Everyone thinks Kaladin is dead.
So
except for Sigzil, who doesn't know what his fate is, and that's why he gets confused in Sunlit Man.
Yes. But so I'm really interested to see how that will play out when he inevitably returns in the back half and does stuff. I don't know.
I hope it works. I hope it lands. It's just like, if you're going to put me through this, I hope it lands.
Yeah.
Book 6, Kaladin shows up and is like, Honor is dead. But I'm not.
No.
What's up, guys?
I'm the therapist, Herald, everybody. It's your boy.
It's your boy therapy.
I'm getting furious.
The Kaladin stalks have gone to the moon, but it's the moon that fell. It's the fourth one that's
It's underground.
That's where the Kaladin stalks have gone.
Okay. All right. We're gonna hard cut.
We're gonna soft cut because it's related as we talk about Kaladin.
Let's move on and talk about Kaladin, which is not a fact. It's not a fact.
It's not a.
But there are suggestions, implications. How are we feeling about it? Do we like it? Do we like what happened in this book with it? Do we dislike what happened or didn't happen? Where are we on?
I have so many thoughts because as coming into this as someone who was pretty positive on it, I still had a checklist of things that I needed Brandon to do to get me on board, and he got me on board. Was
Syl flashing Kaladin one of the things?
She never actually flashed him, so
was still offering to flash Kaladin.
My checklist was like, first of all, like we already kind of had these things like from ADHD Queen and her little interlude in Rhythm of War. We're like, oh my God, she's like, it was like, she's narrow, spicy. We love that. And it was like, but it was also very concerning is like, make me understand Kaladin, change my brain for Kaladin. And I'm sitting here going like, listen, I love a pairing like this. It's like the Grumpy Sunshine combo, but also I need you to put some indication on the page. You understand she's a separate person. Yeah. Give her something. And it was like, listen, I think Brandon realized too late. I would have loved some of these things in Syl's character to be on the page before this book, but better late than not at all. So it was really good to have her sort of indicate she has desires and like how she wants to be perceived, not just by Kaladin, but by everyone. She wants the people of Urithiru, the Knights Radiant, Dalinar, etc., to perceive her as an adult and like a separate being. She seems to be unusual in that she wants to be seen as like separate from her Radiant, her Knight. And Dalinar kind of like, we get this little moment in Dalinar going like, Kaladin, you and Szeth are going to Shinovar. And Syl's like, and me. Mm-hmm. And he's like, oh, right. He's like, has this little like, you You three. It's like she wants to be seen as like this. She's part of Kaladin's team, but she's not like within the person of Kaladin, which I thought was really interesting. It's like
there's a small to add to this later on when Shallan and Adolin meet up with Kaladin in Izmir. Shallan, I think, says, "Hey, at the end of all of this, the four of us."
It might be Adolin who said it, but like
maybe it's Adolin.
I think Adolin like recalled her as like a separate like us four will go.
Yeah.
Which I thought was like really good and interesting. Like she's making friends with Kaladin's friends, but as her own person. Like
she's becoming a character, not a prop. Not a, if you will, an auxiliary to Kaladin's
not an auxiliary to Kaladin's will. She wants to learn how to scribe. She's like what struck me, she's a spren who wants her own things, like possessions, her own, like she has stuff. She's like, Kaladin, can you carry my stuff? But I have stuff. Can you carry my bag?
Stuff?
Can you carry my bag? And the whole like, I want to be his scribe thing, which is romantic and it's for him. But I thought it was also just really cute of like, oh, she is starting to perceive herself as like the actual, like, this is what an adult partner does, like in the Alethi unit, like the Alethi paired coupled unit. I was like, oh, that's kind of cute. That's, so all of that stuff. And really, really, really important also on this, she indicates, I know I'm doing a little bit too much for Kaladin and I'm making you my center and I want that to be different. Like, I still really like you and you're really important to me, but like she indicates at least she's aware personally, like I don't want you to be my everything. And I was like, oh, okay, Brandon, it's like he had my little checklist and was like going through them and I'm like, okay, all right. By the time like day 2 ends, I'm like, oh, fine. All right, you got me. You went through my list and like assuaged my fears. And by the time they have their little dance and Kaladin goes, the little like breathless as we look into each other's eyes. And I was like, yeah. And lastly, before I sign off on this, I'm really, really glad they didn't lock in a romance before this book ends.
Yes.
I know people are going to be like, oh, it was dropped. And it kind of was a little bit. Like, I think there could have been a few lines to remind us that this is existing. I agree with that. But I'm also really glad they didn't go for it in this book because it felt too fast. It felt way too fast, but I felt like we got the setup for, oh, and maybe now they'll fall in love in Picnic Land. maybe. I just, so I wish there was a little bit more in the back half of this book, but for what we got, I'm pretty happy, and I'm surprised by how happy I am with how this went down.
Let's get some more thoughts.
Okay, I think Brandon pulled off the execution in that everything he did do I liked, like Gray, but I don't think he quite like executed the execution. He like executed Kaladin well when he was doing it, but I did have a problem with how it felt like things just dropped. It felt like there were all these little hints and foreshadowings and building things up at the start of the book. And then at some point, like after the dance, it just kind of dropped off a cliff in terms of Kaladin content. Like they had interactions, but they didn't develop their relationship between them. And I am okay with a slow burn. I am okay with not getting it in this book. But I would have liked to see like at least some step forward. Like they don't have to like kiss and be like, okay, we're boyfriend and girlfriend now. But I might have liked them at least like acknowledging their feelings for each other to themselves, even if not each other, or acknowledging it to each other. But like, because like neither of them like actually had a moment of going, oh wait, I think I like this person in a different way than I used to like them, or I'm starting to realize that the way I have liked them is a certain kind of liking. And I think I would have wanted just like something to like just something before the book ended, and or like at the very least spreading out what we had out over the book better, rather than it being like bam 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 bam, small thing, small thing, dance,
It was
nothing.
very front loaded.
Yes.
Very front loaded.
Very.
Well, what I think is like, for a romance, I don't necessarily need like an explicit acknowledgement. I don't actually need it in words, but like a moment where they look at each other, like, you know, like that weird moment and they realize she's looking at me different. He's looking at me different. And like, they're neither of them able to find words for it, but I'm looking at her and she's looking at me and we can't look away from each other and I'm breathless and then something's different, but it's still unacknowledged. So it's like we're in this realm of they have tension. There is something that they know is going on, but they can't name it yet. And I think that's fine for when they're about to go on a little detour. Vacation.
Side quest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of this also comes back to this. For one, this book takes place over 10 days, right? It's a very long book. And we see a lot of Kaladin and Syl, I guess, but it's still 10 days. So like, how much can those feelings really evolve over the course of 10 days? Like, and to the point that they would acknowledge it in that way. And also, I do agree that it, for one, it was very front loaded in that regard in this book. And also with Shannon that I would have liked, like, I don't mind it at all. Like, I actually, at least at the very least by the dance, I was like fully on board with it. I'm like, okay, I actually like this. But I feel like there should have been a little more in the earlier books. So like it felt very heavy-handed at points in early in this book, and like that Bran was like decided, okay, now I want to do this, and I want to lay it on really thick that there is something sparking between those two, and I didn't like as much, and we've complained about it, I think, in the day one reaction. So go watch that for more details. But yeah, it's like I don't mind it. I think the parts that there were really well executed parts to it. I really like the dance scene. Like I don't usually imagine stuff in my head. Like I don't have a picture in my head. But for the dance scene, I at least could imagine what art for that would look like, because like that felt like a really visually like appealing moment as well. But yeah, so I'm okay with Kaladin.
There's a very memorable for me scene in the dance, or beat in the dance, where Kaladin, where Syl transitions from spear form to woman form, and like Kaladin does. Like I don't remember what it was, but like I think he thrusts with the spear, and then as he withdraws the spear, it's like transitions into this twirl essentially, right? Which I think is great. Alyx, I think you haven't.
Yeah, I'm mostly take it or leave it on Kaladin. It's not ever going to be a ship that I'm like super crazy for. It's fine. I like the dance scene. I do heavily agree. I think actually they were pacing issues for me that maybe made me like it less. I think it came on so strong in the first few parts that it was honestly like a little bit unwelcome for me, because it felt sloppy in that way. I think particularly being around the fandom of these are the chapters that are the preview chapters, and so everyone is like latching on to every little instance and seeing an arc of this book that isn't actually what the arc is. I'll give Brandon props that it does feel like he's trying to set up character moments for a relationship before the relationship actually happens, which is something he has had a problem with. I think it was sloppily done here, but he is maybe trying to address something that has been a weakness in other relationships. See, Shallan and Raise's relationship, this book, all of a sudden, we're being told it was very, very different than any of the previous books ever showed. I think there is a problem of Brandon having an idea of something he wants to do with a relationship and just sort of declaring it is that way without showing the setup. So I'm glad he's showing some setup here, but yeah, that pacing is really rough for me, and it does just evaporate for the rest of the book. So
yeah,
could have been better. I have notes. I didn't hate it though. I'm not like I'm mad at Kaladin or anything, but it's probably never going to be a fave of mine.
I will second, or at this point it's not second, right? The pacing issue. I think this book for me had the correct amount of Kaladin, but it was not, paced. It was not spread out at the right in the right way. If it had been, the same scenes, just instead of putting them in days 1, 2, 3, 4, put them in days 1, 3, 5, and 7, or something like that, then I think it would have worked a little bit better, and it would have benefited, because I think essentially after the dance we fall off. There's like one Syl POV, but that's not really a scene between them. It is just like a little bit of how she thinks about their bond. So like the dance is the culmination of Kaladin in this book, and so I think if that had come a little bit closer to the end, it also would have made the ending where both of them decide to engage in this new oath pact just a little bit stronger. Which, not that it's weak now, but it's like, bumping something from like 80% or 90% to like 92%, 93%. It's not nothing, but it's something.
I also I agree with it. There's pacing issues, but it's like, I wasn't going to mention it here because I think it exists in every single plot line in this book. So I'm fine
Fair.
not putting this on Kaladin.
Fair.
But I will say, I worry that part of the reason it was dropped like the way it was, not like dropped, but like maybe like put on the table and left alone for a little bit, is Brennan hedging his bets so he can undo it if he decides that the fandom reaction is super negative. And I think like that makes the entire thing much weaker. And I am kind of also bracing myself for book 6 to be like ignoring it entirely. And that's my fear for it. Like, just like this is not necessarily a pacing thing. This is he's trying it out and might drop it later. And I think that's my fear for what it actually means.
We'll see. I think a lot of the people that I have seen talk about this and talked to or talked with about this have been at least neutral about it, if not positive. So I think the general sentiment that I have seen from readers has been that, this is either this is something that I didn't like before that I'm liking. So like Brandon did a good job in this book is the vibe that I'm getting from Kaladin. So as long as he doesn't butcher it in the future, I don't see a reason for him to walk it back. But we'll see. It's still early on. So I don't think I have any more Kaladin stuff to talk about, other than maybe to just say I wasn't a huge fan of this ship before. I thought Syl was
Too infantilized?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, not fully. I know some people like fully see her as a child, as like Tinkerbell kind of figure. No, I think that was never the case. But there was a little bit of she was a little bit childish, which would have made
Innocence,
things weird.
Maybe.
I think this book and Rhythm of War did a good job at like, or at least a decent job at like elevating her a little bit to she is a person and she is a woman, not a child that is like attached to Kaladin.
For me, like that started especially in Oathbringer. Like that's the first time she goes full size, like when they're in Shadesmar. Like, and she doesn't need like the stronger bond to show herself that way. And that's sort of like, that's how she sees herself. She's always been an adult. And also, like, this is my perspective, and I know this isn't everyone's. I never got the childish vibes, like even from book 1. Like I got the inhuman, like she's a spirit, she's a nature spirit. But the reason is also because I know how Brennan writes children, and that was never never Syl. Like I did not get like, Brandon is trying to write awesomeness and like the whole like I was seeing how he writes Lift and
Oridon in the blocks or
Oridon in the blocks.
wanting to play swords. Yeah,
I know how Brandon writes children, and she was to me like I never got those vibes. So that's the reason why, like for one, I never had trouble with this. Yeah, she just
little ADHD queen.
Yeah,
but
creature full of wonder.
And whimsy. Let's leave our queen aside and talk about another fan theory prediction.
Controversial
moment, which is the identity of Shallan's mother being Chana the Herald. How we feeling about Chana Devar, gang?
I'm happy about it. On both, I liked some of the execution, but also I think it's very funny that this book gave us Chana Devar, Child Champion, and Kaladin, and I can't wait to see the fandom react to it. And I'm so excited. The memes are going to be so great. I'm so happy for it. Just on a level of someone being active in the fandom, I'm like, this book gave us these things, and I love that for it.
An award. I think this is fine if you haven't been on our Discord. Like, our Discord is the only place where, like, this has been, like, a meme theory. Like, it's fine, guys.
Yeah. I don't think it was, like, necessary. Like, I don't think there was anything about it that made Shallan's arc better that couldn't have happened without it being Chana. But I don't see it being Chana as taking away from that either. Like, I think she could have had the moment where her mom hesitates and she has to figure out how she feels about that without her mom having been a herald. I think she can have a moment where she forgives her mom and, like, kind of talks it over without it having to be her actual, like, still alive herald mother. I don't think it had to be Chana, but I'm okay with it being Chana. I don't think that hurt her arc either. I do understand the feeling people have of, like, another Shallan reveal. Are you serious? Yeah, that's fair.
Oh, Shallan's Matryoshka doll of a past.
Matryoshka.
I was there first, 100%. Oh, yeah. As soon as Rosar started reacting that way, I was like, thank God somebody else is with me on this. I'm so glad. Well, anyway.
I'm sorry. I usually ignore anything you have to say.
Oh, rude. Well, in that case, I'm going to jump in real quick. Okay, my thoughts about this, I did not like the theory. In fact, even still reading the words Chana Devar, like, makes me groan because it's an ingrained reaction that I don't like, especially because as far as I'm aware, the theory came from Chana Art has red hair and so does Shallan. And I was like, this is an extremely stupid theory. And the fact that it turned out to be true annoys me deeply. But also, it was another one of those things, as soon as Gavinor goes in the spiritual realm, you kind of know what's going to happen. As soon as Shallan isn't looking at one of the herald, or actually it was like the prologue where the Stormfather's like, a herald has just died. And you're like, this is the night Shallan killed her mom. Whatever, we're doing this. I was able to make my peace with it. I was like, clearly it's happening. Get over it. And I did like the scene at the wedding, that she was there and they had this apology scene, but that it was actually her. That did work for me. I do think it is a little absurd how many gymongous secrets that alter the entire world are connected to Shallan. This one being an especially egregious one, she killed her father. She had a second spren. Her father's steward was a member of this global or interworld secret society. And also her brother's joining the secret society of Skybreakers. And it's like, enough. We're done, right? We're done. This is it. You're not going to try to top a herald. Like,
at least there was no one made.
Yeah.
Well,
maybe we'll see
with it if we can be done.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was a begrudging acceptance of the theory, in my opinion.
Yes, from my side, I definitely also I used to say, or I still think of it as like, oh yeah, another secret from Shallan, and do we have to do this? But as soon as we got the prologue, I was like, okay, it will be, or it's true, it will, yeah. So what I didn't like about it in the execution was that maybe it's just because, like, of course we are a lot more clued into stuff, and like maybe to the average reader it isn't that apparent, but that it takes Shallan so long to acknowledge it. Like, as soon as she was talking, like always when she was like blurring out or like phasing out and like having Radiant deal with it or Veil deal with it, I was like, just please acknowledge it and get it over with so we can get to the interesting stuff again. But I then did like the execution in the wedding scene and everything, and I do like that it was actual Chana and not just some spiritual echo in that case. But one thing I do not like at all about this fact, or this that Chana is her mother, is that like Lindavar is not a guy anyone would like to marry, I think. So why would this Herald settle for Lindavar for people? Like,
but he
Must have
changed,
been
right?
nice one day. He
Maybe.
probably.
It could get worse, at least.
You could do
He
worse. That
changed
is true.
after that.
That is true.
And also, I think there is the aspect of Chana feeling like she doesn't deserve goodness and happiness in her life. So like she could have settled for, or even like almost intentionally picked someone that she recognized would be, a toxic relationship.
Okay,
They've
maybe.
been in hell. They've been tortured for centuries. Like
What
this
is a little
probab-
domestic abuse in face
this
of like
prob-
getting
it's like
flayed alive?
her sense of like what she should be going for is probably mad skewed.
That is
like-
true. I will accept that.
Like it's like I don't because I do not think it's like, oh, because she has mental illness, she didn't go over him because she has mental illness, but it's like the things that being tortured forever does to you.
Yes.
Like, and what does it do to your self-worth and your sense of like who you are as a person? Like, I don't know, like I feel like it probably looked different at the beginning, their little relationship, their little love, and it probably also Chana's judgment is probably really difficult right now.
True.
It wouldn't even have to be like, I feel like I deserve this. It could just be like, oh yeah, this is nothing.
normal.
I can handle
This is
this.
normal. Yeah, this is
Yeah.
fine.
This is like barely
this
anything.
is actually how people are.
and just like not thinking about the fact that like, oh, but it doesn't have to be that way.
Yeah.
You don't have to take it, even if you
Yeah.
easily can with your level of things.
Yeah. I was never a fan of this theory. I was a little bit in the same camp as Alyx was, which was, hey, this is people threw darts at a wall, and all two of the balloons had red hair, and therefore they're the same balloon. Like, what? No, this is insane, right? The prologue did not read like foreshadowing to me. And so I only got clued in that this is the direction we are heading in like the first spiritual realm vision, in which Shallan sees / not sees Chana. It's not explicitly called out that it's Chana, I think, but like we can see the writing on the wall. And then I'm like, okay, all right, okay, cool. I see, we're doing this. And I used a lot of the book where we were kind of slowly getting reintroduced to the idea, even though it was obvious what the idea was, to like accept that this is what we are doing. And the wedding scene and the post-wedding scene were quite nice. It was, I think that the conversation with Chana after like she runs away from the wedding is, it was quite well written. It was an emotional conversation, confrontation type of thing. And the reveal that, oh no, this is her. This is actually her, was really powerful. It was really, really powerful. So I don't love that. I also agree with Ian that there is very little in this entire arc that would not have been possible without a herald. Like, we could have had a lot of these same emotional beats if, Mama Shallan, Mama Devar was just a person. But I guess we are in this world now, and that's okay.
Yeah.
I think that's okay.
Yeah. I think my final word on it is I don't really care, because I don't really care about Shallan. And so it's like, I don't actually really care what happens in her arc. So
Come back to us in 2 hours when we talk about Shallan.
we will.
The main thing I am excited about with Chana Dava is like how the characters are going to react to it. Like, oh, you're the daughter of a herald? Okay, interesting. and
also the real reunion that we might see, that we should see in the back half.
Yeah.
So let's talk about characters. And which character to start with, other than the one that we all love, the not main character of the Stormlight series, Adolin.
But maybe he should be.
Maybe
know?
he should be the main character.
The best boy. The
Think about-
golden
Wow.
axe hound retriever of Stormlight.
The only reason I can still say, like, the most positive things I can say about this book are because of this boy, his arc. Oh my God, he was so good in this. Son of the Blackthorn moment, hitting a dude with another dude. Can you believe?
And not just hitting a dude with another dude, but like breaking the dude that you were using as a weapon because you were swinging around with the full force of shard plate.
I don't just
Oh
love
my
it
God.
because of Son of the Blackthorn, but that was a highlight. I was screaming at the book.
Him tearing the plate off of Abidi was also an extremely good moment. Loved that one.
Iron Man moment.
Yeah, just suiting up, right?
Yeah. Also, just the depths of despair that Adolin's
That was
POV
such a
really
good
gets into
moment.
in the middle, I think.
When
Just
he's in the pike
exceptionally well
formation.
Yeah.
Mhm.
He has no sword anymore. He gave up his armor. He doesn't have a leg, and he's just throwing himself into the grind, and he's never been as low. Oh, the writing.
Mm-hmm. It's very good.
No, it was some good writing there, and I would be remiss if I didn't call out that one of the few, if not the only moment that he like feels not hope, but like his emotions swell up a little bit is when he goes, "Oh yeah, that's." Kaladin was going through this stuff just all of the time in the bridge cruise. Just
Kaladin the Light.
that storming bridge boy and his
Oh,
shenanigans.
The
It's
light
just-
in the darkness, and Adolin thinks of his boyfriend.
I do like I do think like one day, it's not gonna be in this decade, but one day I'm gonna reread this book and I will take specific notes on like how often and how Shallan thinks about Adolin versus Shallan thinking about Kaladin, and Adolin thinking about Shallan versus Adolin thinking about Kaladin, because I have just my impression is that both sides of this married couple think about their third wheel more than they think about their partner.
And yeah, you
I-
think so often of Kaladin.
Yeah.
Mostly Unchained.
The fandom bicycle.
Yeah.
But but no,
Wearing
listen, I've been shipping
wedding
this since the first book. The only book we had was We Have Kings. That's how long I've been on this train. So
Okay.
I've been validated at every step. I wasn't
Brandon-
planning on talking about this during when we started this.
No,
Section.
Caitlyn's got to come up.
Yeah, I loved the moment in the wedding scene where like Adolin
yeah.
did not take the sword that Shallan gifted him, but instead the one that Kaladin gifted him because
I mean, it's everywhere, right?
his
It's like
boyfriend.
in their goodbye scene.
Yeah,
Shallan's like,
yeah.
oh yeah.
Yeah.
A jealous woman would have noticed that. The
Adolin's
hug that
hug
he
was
gave,
longer.
Yeah. which I love. Ian, how you
love it.
feeling about the golden boy?
Oh, he's so golden.
Great.
Good stuff.
Yep.
I liked his relationships with people. I liked his relationships with his relationship with Maya a lot. She's great in general. Love her.
She's such a
Um,
unique Spren perspective too.
Yeah.
I also trust the
yes,
right sprint for Adolin. I feel like this dynamic would not work with other characters, right?
If I can like slightly go off rails of talking about Adolin to talk about Maya and just be like, man, I love her so much, and I love that she's not like, I don't want to say quirky, but like a lot of the other Spren are very like, they have a very unique personalities that are very I don't know, maybe quirky is the best word.
I think
like,
a lot of the other Spren are
She's unconventional.
focused on the bond in one way or another. And Maya, a little bit like Syl, like we talked last time, or like we talked earlier, it like has personality that exists outside of her quote unquote radiant.
She really feels like her own person from moment one.
Yeah.
And like she feels like not like she has some kind of magical bond with Adolin, maybe like a little bit like that, but she feels just from the start like just like a friend teasing him, and that is the main part of their relationship, and that is the main thrust of their relationship, is that she is a friend who teases him, and they fight together, and she's going off to help him, and he fully trusts her in that. And I really like how that relationship feels different from the other Radiants.
Yeah, well, from the Radiants, right? Because they're not like their relationship is
not a Radiant.
Fundamentally different, right? And I do agree that it's really exciting to see. Especially, I would expect us to see like more of the unoathed moving forward. I like whether it is just the 10 that we see here, or whether that quote unquote order, like their organization, if you want to call it that, expands. It would be really nice to see this kind of bond between people and Spren, people and people.
I think it's exciting for them because I think a lot of Spren are interested in getting closer friendships with humans, but I think from their side, like the bond asks a lot of them in a way that it doesn't ask of the humans. And so I think like this is probably going to be a very appealing option, knowing now that it exists for the Spren going forward.
I think part of what made Adolin's POV so strong was that he did have such a strong supporting cast too.
May Aladar!
Faye Aladar is great. I think like the Kushkums are great. Obviously, we've talked about Gox had a great arc of like coming into his own, and
sorry, you can't
the culmination of
Zarb.
Zarb Kushkum, and I forget what the other Kushkum's first name is.
Gazamal.
Gazamal, yeah. Gox coming into his own and like sneaking back into the palace with his thief skills was a cute moment. I know I did really want the one thing I didn't get from Adolin's plot was when May showed up, she had such a strong introduction as someone who did not like Adolin and had a very good reason not to like Adolin because they were exes, and Adolin was maybe not the best boyfriend to most of his exes.
He was a playboy.
And I was a little bit disappointed that like they came around to being buddies so quick. I kind of wanted a little more. Adolin is such the golden boy who gets along with everybody and who's so friendly. Like I wanted a little bit of like somebody who just straight up knows him really well and doesn't like him just for a little longer.
And we had potential for that in the Kushkam, in the Zarb interaction, right? He started off as
so quick. Yeah.
He was like, "Hey, I know that you are going to try to charm me. I'm not about that." And then 2 days later, which
I feel like they get started on day 3 there. It's like I don't think they have room. They didn't have
there was a lot of time.
Like it's sort of like I see your guys' point. I disagree. I don't think they had the time. I think like if by the time it's getting serious, it's like you don't want to risk the reader being actually angry at May or Zarb for being dumb when it's day 7. And they're in hell. So I just like I think it's just a nature of the structure that we just
that's fair. Yeah. And it's I don't think it's a huge gripe for either one of us, but like it would have been nice to have a little bit more and it's not like that Adolin doesn't struggle with stuff. Like obviously him losing his legs and being put in the pipeline is like deeply difficult and traumatic in a way that we don't get to explore in this book because we gotta go. But like I imagine that's something he's gonna come back to in, unfortunately, the time skip. So like we're not going to see that.
Yep.
All these delicious character moments we don't get to see.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But it would have been nice to get a little bit more of, well, things don't always go Adolin's way.
Especially in terms of interpersonal relationships. I was excited for something like that because it has been something he's consistently so like excellent at, which would have been fun, but not to be. And it did not detract from my joy. I do think his was the strongest through line plot overall.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah. It's just like when it comes to like, if I'm rooting for them to fail, it has to be for a reason. Is there a reason for Adolin to be bad at the thing he's good at? I don't know. I don't think I see that.
Well, it's not that he would have been bad at it, but like May and Kushkam start from a point where they don't like him, and they start liking him a little too quickly. It's not that they shouldn't like him, but it's just, I would have, if the 10-day or 7-day really constraint of this book did not exist, I would have liked more time.
Yeah, I really liked the idea of May as someone who like didn't need to like Adolin to be able to work well with him. Like if they had a very efficient professional relationship and it was just like kind of bothering him that he wasn't also liked on top of it, I would have liked a little bit of that tension in a way that didn't interfere with their ability to get the job done. Because she seemed like that kind of very practical character who can get stuff done. But it did feel like sort of as soon as he gave her like command of a squadron, she was like, Adolin's the best.
Just
and I was like,
throws her like papers or whatever at her head assistant and is like, well, I'm gonna go shoot some people with my bow.
Maybe they can come around a little slower to each other.
I didn't actually think that was the emotional reaction. I don't think there was ever Adolin is the best from her. I don't think that was ever there. I think it was now we just get competent second in command May.
I mean, well, it doesn't matter. It's not a big enough point for us to spend a lot of time on. I'm sure we'll end up doing an episode on Adolin specifically, and maybe we can dig in like his relationships with May and Yanagon a little bit more in there. I do want to. So first of all, Marvin, do either one of you have?
His arc was great. I really liked him. I agree with everything you've said. The only minor gripe I've had with the entire like plot line was that Towers, the game, was used as this sort of contrivance to teach Yanagon, and also apparently Adolin is like this really good player, and we've never seen this game before, and it's never been mentioned like this. It would have been nice to have some sort of like it would. I don't think it would have to be Adolin who plays the game. It could have been young Kushkam, the guard guy, who because he apparently also is an expert at the game. Maybe he can teach Yanagon and Adolin together or something like that. That could have worked as well without like revealing this aspect of Adolin that we haven't seen so far. Which also, I mean, it doesn't not make sense for Adolin to know this game very well, but also I feel like it wasn't necessary for him to know it and come out of left field like this. So I don't know.
I think we have a big list. We could make a big tally of contrivances, and this could be one of those tally marks. Yeah. Absolutely. I agree with you.
I guess I'll throw out while we're still on this plot line. Abadi was boring. He was knockoff Lesian, but less interesting in like every way. His powers were ones we've seen plenty before, and then he also like didn't even really have them. He was just like, there was not enough in Lesian for you to strip away some of it and come out with anything resembling which I mean, like, that doesn't ruin the plot line or anything. It's okay for Adolin to have like a kind of whatever antagonist that he just gets to be awesome at. That's all right. But also rolling my eyes like every time the dude's on the screen, because like, what is this even? Who cares about him?
He's on the screen very little, thankfully.
True.
Yeah, that is also true. Yeah, I do agree, and especially coming like to this
Back to
after Rhythm of War, right? We are getting back-to-back underwhelming villains. And like, yeah, sure. I imagine a lot of the Fused are like this, right? They are highly competent individual combatants, but because their minds have gone to an extent, they are not much more than that, right? They're just single-mindedly driven at, okay, well, I will just kill and kill and kill and kill. In this case, I am also fine with it because Adolin's arc was really not about Abidi. He was there to eventually get smacked when Adolin realizes whatever it is that he needed to realize to get his plate back, and then just be awesome at him, right? So, I think that's fine. When we talked about like Dalinar's, like the contest of champions and stuff like that, we talked about the idea of like oaths versus promises, and the idea of promises being something a little bit more fluid, and the idea that you are a promise is not broken as long as you are trying to fulfill that promise, when oaths are rigid and stuff like that. And this is like the entirety of Adolin's arc, right? He can't necessarily put in words why he's doing what he's doing, other than, well, it feels right. And he's trying, and he wants to do the right thing. That is echoed in the conflict between Windrunners and Skybreakers, or at least the historic conflict between Windrunners and Skybreakers, right? The idea of, well, Windrunners want to do the thing that is right, regardless of what the law says, and the Skybreakers are like, well, no, here's what the oath we swore is, which historically there have been issues with that. The current state of the Skybreakers obviously is a disaster, etc., etc. But there are interesting parallels between like the word of the law versus the spirit of the law that show up in a lot of places, which is nice. So themes.
Yeah, something else that came to mind is that I really like how I at least like how Adolin losing his leg was handled, that he wasn't just healed and it was fine, like could have been done. And also I doubt he will get it back by the back half. And I like the solution of like his plate spren forming a leg for him, basically, which is just like in between full healing and so like complete magic and getting rid of the problem and dealing with it in like a somewhat
it's
realistic
a good
way.
prosthetic.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And then the other kind of big thing in Adolin's arc that we mentioned was the kind of the forming or the formation of the Unoathed, right? It is this organization that exists outside of, like, kind of between Knights Radiant and just like regular people that have an interesting relationship, right? At least the first generation of Unoathed. I don't know if like things are going to change, but all of the Spren that come back are kind of dead eyes that have been forgotten by people. That's why Maya was able to get them, but also they are like damaged and wounded and hurt from maybe from the Recreants, maybe from even before the Recreants. And so like there's this camaraderie of, well, these old soldiers that are coming back to help in a different way, which is cool. I will remind people of the Sunlit Man when Sigzil is being asked whether, or he just straight up says that he's not oathed, or the blade that he carries is not oathed. So that's interesting in the context of this book. Or just something to keep in mind.
Maybe it means something.
Maybe oathed people are not very liked in the future of the Cosmere because of Retribution. So,
Oof, 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 oof.
any more Adolin thoughts before we move on to?
I feel like just as a cap, because we could go into specifics, but
Oh,
I'll
yeah.
feel like just as a cap, like I feel like I had the strongest emotional reaction to Adolin's arc, especially the emotion that I felt I was supposed to have. You know, we're gonna be talking later about things that didn't land when I know I'm not having the reaction I was meant to have to some of these other things that were, I feel, whiffs. Nothing about Adolin's arc whiffed. I was there with him every step of the way. It was organic. It landed so well. And Adolin just, I can't believe like the depth of my heart that I felt during this arc. This is like the big thing. I think everyone loves this arc as far as I can tell. Like, I've not found a single person yet who was like, this arc sucks. Adolin's bad. What was this doing? It's like, it really got me emotional. Like I was sitting there like especially like later getting weepy about like, Adolin is just, he's so faithful. He's so, you know, like the integrity and the faithfulness of like him doing this, and he can't access Maya, or he's choosing not to like call Maya back because he has trust and faith in her. Fidelity is like, you know, so there's me going like, that's his new word, fidelity. I'm just sitting here like having emotions, and I think it was a true victory in this book.
I guess I'll say like,
yeah,
on the minor like gripe side,
I'm wrapping up with something really nice and beautiful, and you're like, a gripe? Going back to a minor gripe.
Well, the Maya thing, like from the moment she went away, it was obvious that she was not going after the honor spren.
Was it?
Was it?
Was to me.
Was
at
that
least.
obvious?
Was that obvious?
I mean, I guess it was not for all of you people.
Was it obvious what he was doing instead of honor spren?
Yeah, it was to me.
I thought she was going for.
Yeah,
I was not about to guess that the missing shard blades were about to be completely enormously plot
I
relevant.
would have said
No.
missing shard blades, but like it was clear to me that she was going after dead eyes.
Yeah.
No.
No.
Anyway, okay, well, fine.
No.
Okay, well, my gripe has been dismissed. It's obvious to me. It was not obvious to everyone. So, personal gripe as opposed to character gripe, right?
Yep.
Okay, cool. Let's leave Adolin in the sunshine field.
Sunshine zone.
Easier.
Adolin, the better sunlit man.
The better sunlit man. The better sunlit man.
I have beef with that book now.
I do have, one final cap that I didn't realize until just this moment, which is, it's very funny to me that quite a lot of the fandom thought Adolin was gonna die, and instead he ends up in one of the best positions of anyone in the cast. He he's not doing amazing. No one's doing amazing, but like he's in the best place.
We win.
That is funny. That is funny.
It is. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now we're gonna leave him in that best position, in that best place.
The Sunshine Fields
that he was supposed to be in. And we'll go talk about his dad and also his dad's wife.
Who is his aunt and not his mom.
His aunt and not his mom. The Kalins are complicated. Dalinar and Navani. And their little spiritual realm field trip.
I have a summary of what this felt like, and I don't know if anyone's going to agree with this or not, but maybe I'll just throw it on the table and we can just say, do we agree with Shannon's characterization of this?
Sure.
We're at a party. We're at someone's house having some drinks, and someone puts on a movie. And the movie is like a really cool movie, which you haven't seen before and you really wanted to see for a long time. But then the people at the party keep talking and aren't really watching the movie. And so you're trying to watch the really cool movie you've been really looking forward to for a really long time, but your friends are still talking and it's also kind of important and you're trying to pay attention to both. And at the end, neither of them land. So you neither get the experience of watching this really cool movie with all like the really cool things, and neither were you paying that much attention to the conversation, Dalinar and Navani, and their little character arcs. And so neither of them worked.
Yep, that's how it feels for me as well.
Okay.
I agree with the characterization. Pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's close enough for me. It's not. I do feel like I got a lot out of the proverbial movie, but I do still think that a lot of the spiritual realm plot was a movie. It was a theater. It was a play. It was a production, right? It was the characters go from watching one important moment in history to watching another. And so a lot of the times it was Dalinar and Navani, and to a lesser extent, Shallan and the boyfriends are watching history unfold. And it's a little bit interactive, sure, and they do have their objectives that they are trying, like they're looking for anchors, they're looking for information and stuff like that. But for the most part, they are just being told or being shown history, which is really cool history. Like the fandom has wanted to see the arrival of the humans on Ashen and the foundation of the Knights Radiant, which we still don't get in this book, and the Unmade, which we still don't get in this book, and the Heralds becoming the Heralds, and like the death of honor, right? Like Tanavast, we got flashbacks from Tanavast's POV.
Okay, yeah.
That is insane.
Yeah.
Hey, did you like the flashbacks in book 5? Oh yeah, the Szeth ones or the Tanavast ones?
The good ones or the better?
The good ones. I God was pretty good. I'll give you. I God 10,000 years ago. What is pretty good? That's pretty good. That's pretty sick.
God found a world unmanaged.
Yeah. That is, I think, a little bit my takeaway for the Dalinar Navani plotline is I feel like the things they're seeing do not matter until we get to the Tanavast flashback.
Oh, yeah.
Real.
For sure.
Like, why are Dalinar and Navani seeing the humans arrive on Ashen? Do they need to see that? Is that important information that they're going to need to use and learn? Or is that just something that, like you said, the fandom really wanted to see? And it does feel a little bit to me like, especially as someone who personally is not really invested in like the big ecology of Roshar and the big timeline, like seeing those scenes was not interesting to me. And then also they did not seem to actually have plot relevance aside from like, now you see how it happened until we get to, until we get
to that point. The final, I would say slightly before that, we get to like the final betrayal. Right before Tanavast flashback with Gareth and Shema, like that stuff is like the first time the movie felt interesting. And I want to say, like, I'm going to jump onto that and maybe go even further negative is that as someone who was interested in seeing the history, I'm kind of furious at how little they seem to matter and how uninteresting they turned out to be, because I'm like, I wanted these to be the most fascinating things to look at. And like, even, like they should have felt epic enough that even someone who wasn't invested would have been really interested and found them interesting and been like, oh, that's interesting. That's chewy. That's wow. That like, what if there was crunch? What if these were crunchy? Yeah. They're not, because it just feels like for all the ways that I personally as a fan have built up the scene, like, oh, we're going to get to see the history of Roshar. Like, and that was a big deal to me. And they were treated as little fetch quests. And, oh, we need to find a key to get to the next one. And but the next one isn't going to matter either, because it's just a matter of like, you can tell, I felt like right away from day 3, oh, I can tell none of these are going to matter until the end. Because I can, as a reader, you can read the pacing of it too. I'm like, oh, okay, we're just spinning our tires, actually. And I wish the stuff that I was so excited for before this book landed. I wanted the visions from day 3 to 7 or 8, whichever it was, to be good. No, I wanted them to be amazing. They were fine. I'll say they were good. They were we can call them good if you want. Like, you could argue me up to good. Yeah. I wanted them to be spectacular, and they kind of weren't. They weren't.
How it felt with the pacing also to me is it really did feel like a set of visions of snippets of the past that were getting pulled out and shown to them in a bad way it felt like that to me. Like it there were all of these moments where the heralds would talk about something or mention something, and it would be like, I don't have the context to know what you're talking about. I don't know who these people are that you're talking about, or these countries. I don't have I have not built up an emotional connection to any of this, so I don't have feelings about it. I don't know what all of your relationships to each other are. And it felt like I was missing a lot of context on a lot of it, and that it would have felt better if it had just like been in the Herald flashbacks or something, and we'd gotten it all in continuity in the Herald's arcs, like in a place where it matters to them, rather than just kind of being like, oh, here's a cool, important moment that like happened at some point.
Like, oh, I guess Ishar, like, I guess Nail and Talma had some kind of relationship. Would have been cool if I knew what that meant at all. Awesome.
Would have been cool if I got to like see what they thought about that instead of just
I think there were a lot of neat moments in these visions. For example, like there's one thing from Navani's viewpoint where she says, oh, this one singer looks familiar to her. And it's probably because she looks like that singer looks like Raboniel, probably.
And we do know that Raboniel was there to see the humans arrive.
Yeah.
So,
her grandmother was, So probably is the grandmother, right? And also like the moment, Talon apparently tried to kill cultivation, like, what is up with that? Like, we don't get any information on it, but like just the crazy line to drop. It's cool,
yeah,
that's nice.
I guess that's cool.
Yeah, I very much. Yeah, and also like that like the Makabak region was basically named after a guy that is called Makabak.
A guy named Makabak. That's.
It's also kind of cool, but I do agree that they overall do not feel super amazing. For example, the founding of the Oath Pact. I was like, in my mind, it was like this great, crazy event where like everything came together just right, and it would be epic. And then they're standing around in a tent, agreeing to like, let's just do this. And then they go to Tell and like bring him in as well, and then it's done. Like,
and Navani tries to hang like a lampshade on this, like, oh, she thought it would be like this grand event, like in a city, but it's like hanging the lampshade doesn't actually make it feel doesn't actually make it cool, because it's the exact same thing of missing context. It's like they have so much. The heralds clearly have so many emotions, and the reader is attached to none of them.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Like, it didn't necessarily... I think they could have gotten away with it not being epic, but what it also was it wasn't momentous. Yeah. It wasn't, like, impactful for the characters experiencing it. And it could have been those things without being some, like...
It can be in a tent.
It can be in a tent. It can be a bunch of people, like, talking to each other. But it should still have weight.
Yeah, I
think a lot was missing that.
I think the problem with the Oath Pact specifically was that we, and maybe the back half will like do this again and better, fully possible, right? But like I think the problem was that we don't have the context that the Heralds do at that point, right? Because the Oath Pact is like 50 to 100 years after the humans arrived on Ashen, and like the humans at this stage they have left a world that they have burned to cinders, literally. And they've come to this place that is inhospitable, that is foreign to them, that they are struggling to survive in because their crops are not growing, and like they're starving and they're dying and all of that stuff. And they're not being allowed to leave this area because the singers or the Dawn Singers are like, no, this is our place. You are refugees, stay in your camp. And then they are trying to leave. They're trying to, yes, there was a little bit of murder involved. That's not kosher, but like they are trying to find a way to survive in this place, and they are failing, and there's pushback against them. And so like they're desperate and they want more. And so there's all of this backstory that we can kind of infer and we kind of hear about, but we feel very little of it. And it is on the tail end of all of that, plus the fused stuff, mind you, we only get like a few lines that tell us, oh, they are now fused. The Dawn Singers are coming back to life. And so there's all of this like despair and desperation and oppression and other feelings that the humans are feeling, that they're like, okay, well, we gotta do something about that. And that is the Oath Pact. So there is the context. It exists, but it is a very telly and not very showy.
I think for me, like, Dalinar himself is the one who sums it up when he gets out of the spiritual realm and he's talking to Hoyd and he's like, I don't know that I learned anything that was useful in there. I don't know what I'm going to do with any of that. And I was like, that's kind of what it felt like. And we do later learn, it was important for Dalinar to understand the Shard of Honor and the experiences that it had had.
Yes.
But most of that was the Tanavas flashbacks, which were day 9. I think the other part of that plotline that did kind of work for me was when Odium got involved. I think that was better than just the history flashbacks of you're being forced to sort of relive your own worst experiences. I think I made the comment like Navani got way more interesting as soon as Dalinar wasn't around. And like, I was like, oh yeah, Navani's a really cool character who's super competent and is very clever.
Just she can't be that when Dalinar's in the room.
Just super, super like a thing about that. Just her thing with like the Gavilar like vision thing.
That was so hard.
So good.
She like figures out what's going on and
like,
figures out how to manipulate. Yeah, like you're doing it. Like, he was better at being manipulative and cruel than you are. I'm like, that was so good.
It was so.
I think like maybe if we'd had that level of threat from Odium the whole time, like what if we were seeing these really important historic moments, but you had to fight through these sort of like nightmare scenarios to get back to what you're actually trying to see, as opposed to we had this sort of long stretch of just like
linear.
We're nice and we're just going from scene to scene to scene, and then Odium shows up at the very end and it's bad, and then Tanavast, and it was like all the da ahead of time felt really empty and meaningless because there wasn't.
And also it didn't feel as chaotic and like spiritual as I was kind of thinking that I wanted the spiritual realm to be. Yeah. Like I've read other books, like we've all seen this in our favorite shows, like there's a concept of like when characters are in this weird other place, and like we've seen this concept done before, and I feel like the spiritual realm was so dry and normal up until like we get to like the really cool bits of like another being is taking control or you're awash in chaos, and it was like it never felt like they were actually that awash in chaos.
Well, because
I know, like I know that it's curated, like and this is intentional, and it wasn't like they did it that way for a reason, but it's still like that's still the majority of what we have of the spiritual realm. And so like boring? The cognitive realm is so much more interesting than the spiritual realm.
It would have been nice to spend more time in the raw spiritual, like between vision, because like once you get into a vision, you are just in a recreation of reality.
Because like the trio, like Dalinar and Navani didn't get this, but even the trio like went to this in between place, and it was like childhood bedrooms, and I'm like,
not that. They were still creating a place for themselves. Like,
there was this chromatic aberration stuff sort of that they had, where they like the color Shallan notes that the colors are like a little offset from each other. And,
in my memory, that lasted about 10 seconds, and then it was childhood bedrooms. That entire place. So it was sort of like, this is not an interesting way to spend our in-between time.
It would have been like there were moments where like there's a specific scene that is embedded in my mind, which is like Dalinar in the raw spiritual realm, seeing versions of himself.
That was good stuff.
Thinking that all of them are reaching out to him and going, I want to be the Dalinar. I want to be alive. I want to be the version of Dalinar that lives. That was interesting. Yes, that I agree. It would have been nice to have more of.
And I just feel like the one time I felt like I was really like, oh, this is spiritual realm is the final vision with Nohadin. And that was like what I was kind of wishing for the whole time. I was like, it needs to feel like this. And it didn't.
Just story time logic.
Yeah.
I also I like the bit. I mean, this touches a little as well on the Shallan stuff. But when they were like looking into the visions, they weren't part of them. Like where they're looking through the windows and whatever. That also felt pretty neat because I talked about this somewhere earlier. I think the part one reaction or day one reactions. I thought it would maybe be something like Interstellar, right? Where they have this 4-dimensional space or 5-dimensional space and that you navigate, and it's like really weird and not comprehensible to the human mind. And instead we just got this, you just drop into a vision and are part of it. And like, this didn't feel like you have access to all moments at a single time that you sort of are supposed to have in the spiritual realm, right? Through weird stuff. Yeah. And
I mean, you do, but they like pick a moment.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So it's like, I didn't like it the way that it
the
turned
characters had such a level of control over the space and the ability to make it feel normal to them for 95% of the time they were in the spiritual realm, that like just being told like, oh, it's really chaotic out there outside of it, you're gonna like flash through it for the very start of this scene, it's like, that's not.
You get a paragraph or less of it feeling.
We wanted that like raw, weird chaos of feeling like you are lost in a world that is so inhospitable and trying to drag scraps of useful information out of it.
Or like what if like you're existing in this place that's just trying to change you all the time? Like, and then what if you don't come out unscathed? And like, what if going to the spiritual realm actually changed you? Wouldn't that be fun and interesting?
Able to make it too normal.
What if Gavinor wasn't the only one this happened to? You know, just as a, I would love if this was just a natural side effect, like not even because Odium grabbed him and like. What happened to Gavinor was because he got yoinked by a malevolent force and like kept there and like shaped by his mind. What if the spiritual realm just did that to people and it was totally like neutral or whatever? And that just, wouldn't that be fun?
I would love it.
I had ideas for what this was going to be like.
I would love it if Odium like let Gavinor, who's not a bondsmith and does not have the power to control this stuff, just like float in the raw spiritual realm nightmarescape for a while before rescuing him from it. And like,
could have happened.
That would be cool, but also it didn't happen on screen. So,
well, I mean, none of the Gavinor stuff happened on screen. So
anyway.
It is as real as it can be in your head. One thing I do wanna shout out is, while I agree with essentially everything that we've said so far, and I do think that one of the big problems with the spiritual realm kind of plot line is that there's no emotional through line or attachment between, like, yes, Dalinar and Navani are in a vision, but like they are for the most part watching the vision unfold, and like they're making like small adjustments, and like they're trying to play the script and they're trying to adapt and all of that stuff. They're trying to find an anchor that's neither big nor interesting for the most part. The one thing that I do like that we got only very little bits of was kind of the repeated confrontations between Dalinar and the Stormfather. And a couple of them were kind of mid. They didn't really do anything because the Stormfather was like, hey, you can go out or you can die here. And Dalinar was like, screw that. And that was the end of the conversation. But there were a couple of conversations that were really personal and pointed, where and there's one specific one that I'm thinking of where the Stormfather very correctly identified that, hey, Dalinar, you are not trying to work with me. This is not a good and healthy human-friend relationship that we are having. It is, you always demand and you always want things, and when things don't go your way, you just crush whatever opposition you see in your way, and you get whatever you want anyway. And that was such, like, yeah, that's...
It was a read. It was a read.
Yeah.
That's what Dalinar has been doing this entire time. He hasn't tried to work with the Stormfather. He has forced the Stormfather to work with him on essentially every single occasion.
Yeah.
So these scenes could have happened outside of the spiritual realm. Like, there was nothing inherent about the spiritual realm plotline that they needed to happen in, but like, they are a little bit of a saving grace to, oh, we are not just watching a movie. There are actually things that are happening that have nothing to do with the movie. So like, they don't need to be in the movie, but it helps a little bit.
On the topic of the Stormfather, I do like talking a little bit of mechanics and how everything works, because we've learned now, like, through the the Stormfather was the one that triggered the Teneverse flashbacks, right? He like said, okay, you want to see stuff, here you can see stuff.
Dalinar connected with the part of the Stormfather that was Teneverse, that felt the pain of failure.
Yeah.
And that triggered the Day 9 flashbacks, yes.
Yeah, so I do like, that's just like interesting to think of, because they talk about avatars and stuff like that. Like, that is a whole thing we can unwrap at some point. I really liked, and there are other mechanical things in these visions as well, like also from the heralds and stuff, that are definitely interesting. And also what the heck is up with the fourth moon, like all these things we sort of get hints about. So yeah, that I'm looking forward to getting the answers, hopefully. But yeah, I'm also not too confident that we get a lot of these answers I'm looking for.
There's a lot of juicy stuff in the Teneverse flashbacks, and I think we like largely like universally agree that they are the best part of the spiritual realm.
Yeah.
There's also a lot of like really interesting like character and theme stuff there, with like, because it is those flashbacks that eventually lead Dalinar to make the decision that he makes in the contest of champions. Like, he sees, and I love seeing like the progression of Teneverse and of Honor from like the point at the shattering, essentially, or like immediately after the shattering, all the way throughout like the thousands of years of war that Roshar has seen, and the thousands of years of conflict between humans and singers, and the conflict between Odium and Honor, and like that, both Teneverse and Honor kind of, I mean, mostly Teneverse, I guess, withdrawing emotionally from like caring about people and like refocusing on the war and on the winning aspect of it, and like becoming more in line with the shards, like with the Shard of Honor's intent to like prove that he was right. There's so much good stuff in those flashbacks that I really love.
I'll say like my final thought on like the spiritual realm weirdness. I think this was something where Brandon's style worked against him a little bit. Like, I think we all know like Brandon's style is very concrete. It is not very abstract. He deals with specifics. He writes magic systems that are very specific and feel very like grounded in reality. And I think having a style that was so grounded in reality meant like there was never a chance it was going to hit the prose of like the weirdness and the way that you could like put some of that weird off unreality feeling. I think Brandon just isn't that kind of writer and hasn't practiced writing in that way. I know one of the comparisons I made was like, I really would have wanted an author like Tamsin Weir to write the spiritual realm sections, because you would feel how unreal they were the whole time, no matter what was going on. And that's Brandon has written fantasy that doesn't feel that way. And so it makes sense that when we get to the place where it's wishy-washy, mumbo-jumbo, very untethered fantasy, he just doesn't, he hasn't honed that skill, I think. And I think it showed a little bit.
Yeah. There is something in language, I think, where there are two ways to describe something that is unreal. And one of them is to try to ground it and to explain it, to put it in a frame of reference that is understandable as real, right? You talk about, there are, the four colors of a printer that are, or like sheets of paper that are stacked together just a little bit out of alignment. And so reality is a little bit disjointed. Or you can fully lean into, for the lack of a better word, the vibe of the place. And you go, this feels like if your eyes could hear the sounds of this realm vibrating to the song of the land. And like none of this makes sense to your brain, but there are ways to make that make sense to your heart in a way, to get the feeling. Like you don't have to see the spiritual realm or understand the physical realm to get what it feels like to be in the spiritual realm. And your feeling is not going to be the same thing that the same feeling that Dalinar is feeling, but it's going to be parallel to it. And I agree that Brandon just doesn't do that a lot.
Get Johnny Sims in here.
Yeah, Johnny Sims.
Johnny, it's why I also probably didn't even recognize the CYMK printer error. Like I'm not taking that into account at all, because it's that's okay, you put one little visual element to set a scene and that's not anything. Sorry. To me, that's not anything.
You need that kind of prose that's just using words a little bit wrong.
Yes.
And it's hard to do well. But when you find an author who can do it well, it's oh yeah, you want that uncanny valley with the way that sentences are being constructed to just keep you in that space.
Yeah.
And it's hard to do. And I think I can understand Brandon knowing the story he wanted to do and feeling like I need to lock this into something that I can write the way that I normally write. But I think it suffered a little bit as a result.
Yeah. Hey, that Governor novella, that's going to have that. We know it.
Somebody, honestly, this is the time where I think fanfic would do it better than Brandon would.
I started writing some.
It helps to not be beholden to writing a 500,000 word book. We do need to move away from the spiritual realm. We need to go find the perpendicularity at some point.
Let's get out of here.
Let's leave this place of just colors that sound just a little bit wrong, and talk about something that we all agree on and we have no controversy when it comes to. Let's talk about everyone's favorite therapist and everyone's favorite
Blorbo is the word we're looking for.
I was going to go with a little brother, but why don't we go with
Okay, we might be on this for longer than the shots across the bow.
Right.
Okay.
So we're going to talk about Kaladin Szeth. There are people on this episode who have opinions on how this story has gone. So, viewers, I am putting the cast on a 30-minute timer because I know these people, and 30 minutes is not enough for a single one of them to express their opinions. So, Shannon, go.
Okay, really quick. I'll try to do my cliff notes. I came into this book. My only concern was Kaladin, and Brandon better not kill off Kaladin. And that was my only thing I really cared about when I went in. And I left this book, the Kaladin stocks dropped because I could not believe what was happening with his character. I am so sorry. I am a Kaladin fan, but he flames on the side of my face. He botched the therapy thing. The therapy thing ended up being a joke. And I have to say, I walked away from this so sympathetic to Szeth, because I think Brandon put so much sauce on the character of Szeth. He worked for me so well. I was sitting here really frustrated and upset at how much it felt like Kaladin was taking over Szeth's arc, his scenes. It felt like there were a lot of wins that should have been Szeth's that were just kind of like shunted and handed to Kaladin, and they don't thematically match Kaladin. They don't match Kaladin's plot. They don't match his character. These were all Szeth's moments. So many of the things up until like the Herald thing happens, which is fine, and Kaladin happens, which is like obviously that's just between the two of them. But everything else, like in Shinovar, it was sort of like, what is Kaladin doing? Who is this guy? Because it's not Kaladin. What's the relation to the past character for the last 4 books? What's going on here? And that's where I'll start, because I'm gonna get into it, because I've talked about this so much, and I know other people have similarly strong ways. That's my summary. That's my intro. So just, yeah.
I can jump in really quick. I will also try to be initially brief. I have written this dissertation, basically, like literally written it out. I'm going to try to defend my thesis here for a second. Yeah, I think for me, echoing what Shannon said, it is I think, travesty of missed potential on Szeth's part that really, really gets to me. As someone who went into this book already with an extremely high opinion of Szeth, whenever he was in the spotlight, whenever we got he got to be the center of a scene, I thought it was incredible. I cried at his moments. They were so deep. And then you just constantly have like moments where we are interacting with characters like Nail and Ishar in particular, who are so deeply invested in Szeth, who have been so instrumental in his life, whom Kaladin has no connection or reaction to. Like, I think, Gray, you had pointed this out to me at one point. Like, the wind has to tell Kaladin that he should care about Nail. He has to be reminded that that's a thing he should do.
Kaladin, the therapist character, has to be told to care about him in order to therapize him.
We have these deep, rich, contentious, thorny, years-long relationships between Szeth and these heralds. And when push comes to shove and it's time to like get Nail to make a breakthrough, to see the error of his ways, or it's time to stand up to Ishar's wave of despair and bring him around to fix it, where's Szeth? Standing by, watching? It's all Kaladin. It's just Kaladin. It doesn't make sense. I don't like it. I want to dive deep on the flute scene, because the flute scene is the worst one for me. That's emblematic of all the rest, but I'll leave it there because
we'll get into the flute scene.
But we'll get there in a minute. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Here's my quick summary attempt, I guess. It felt like, in addition to Kaladin just completely stealing a ton of Szeth's scenes, it felt like Kaladin also like just did not really follow from where his own arc had left off, to a point where like it was just like, well, what is this? It was it was either like, we've already done this, or it was like, where is this coming from, kind of. And it didn't feel like it was really him. It definitely didn't feel like it was 5 days after whatever had been happening. Like, not in the sense of like him being less depressed, that's fine, but like in the sense of Kaladin jumped off the tower 5 days ago. That was kind of a big thing that, like, you know, maybe should have had an impact on him, or like been something to process. But no, he just doesn't really think about that. And there's a lot of like his past that he just doesn't really think about or bring up that much. It's like, oh yes, that terrible time when I was a slave and I was so depressed, and like, and he conflates things weirdly. There's a lot where it just doesn't feel like it follows properly. And then also, he was a massive jackass who I hate in this book.
Yeah, he was. Who is this guy? Who is this? This isn't Kaladin.
It's like, wow, Szeth is so expressionless and creepy. I can't relate to him properly.
Who is that? That's not Kaladin talking. That's not Kaladin's reaction.
The therapy thing was so... He's bad at therapy, guys. He's terrible at it.
Yeah.
This was not a therapy arc.
This is not even in the sense of like he's the first person to be doing it. He didn't get any formal training, so of course he's bad at it. That's not even... It's worse than that. He's just bad at it.
this was not a therapy arc. This was not even a learning how to be a therapist arc. He doesn't know what a therapist is. He doesn't know what therapy is. This is like
Cue the laugh
this is
track.
group talk. He's attempting by the end figures out group talk might work. As a fellow survivor of like I can relate to Seth's situation. He's not in any position of like guidance. It bombs. He bombs this. And we're going to get into a lot of it, but I think like the absolute worst moment is like Szeth comes across this little plushie, the little sheep plushie, and it's a big emotional moment. And like, I am feeling a huge emotion for Szeth. Like, I know what this little sheep means. I know what he's going through. And then abruptly, it's sort of like the camera shifts. We're seeing this from Kaladin's point of view. We're gonna witness Szeth's incredibly hard breakdown from Kaladin's point of view, who still thinks at this point Szeth is kind of weird and creepy. And he's like, emotional disconnect. All of a sudden now I can't even get into the moment with Szeth anymore. Where before I was with him. Oh, is that your little brothers? I have spent so many words and I can't even like bring the words I've written to mind about this because I'm articulate with anger. Inarticulate with anger about what a miss that was. Kaladin, Mr. Connection, Mr. I'm gonna like meet you where you're at. Oh, Mr. I'm halfway through this book and supposed to be getting pretty good at this therapy thing right now. Just total whiff. He can't understand Szeth except through a lens of his own story. Oh, is that a Tien? Are you a Tien? No, he's not Tien. The book is wrong for saying like, oh, it's Szeth is Tien. No, he's not. Szeth is. You can He was supposed to be able to, at this point, Mr. Almost Fifth Oath, he's been through this arc 4 books in a row, and Kaladin still can't sympathize with someone different than him unless he can. Oh, he either has to be me or he has to be Tien, and that's the only way I can figure out how to sympathize with someone. Who are you? This is supposed to be what you're good at right now in this book. He's not Tien. Szeth is not Tien. That thing was stupid. That was stupid. And Syl has to be there to save him and going like, he's told you his story. You know he doesn't have a little brother.
Listening to his family stories. What the hell?
Like Szeth has been sharing his little heart out, and Syl is like, you're putting your foot in your mouth. And I'm like, I know. I'm sick. I am like I think about like these that this is the illustration for me. It's not the one thing, but it's an illustrative moment of like how poorly this was thought out. This didn't feel considered at all. Like, is Kaladin, am I supposed to look at this and think Kaladin is good at therapy? No, it's like he's as myopic as ever. This is self-centered. This isn't helping Szeth. This is like, oh, I need to center my own feelings in this thing where Szeth is breaking down, weeping over it's selfish. It was selfish. And that I can't believe that this is, I'm supposed to like be sympathizing with Kaladin throughout this. Like, oh, am I supposed to find Kaladin's perspective most relatable in this? No, you've been doing such a good job making me feel an emotion for Szeth. But when it comes to the big breakthrough for Szeth, you still have to pull me out and like make it about Kaladin. Am I supposed to agree with Kaladin? It's like, oh, but Szeth is still too weird. We can't go in him yet. We can't check out Szeth's emotion to this. What a waste. I gotta let someone else talk now.
What do you think, Marvin?
I do not feel nearly as strongly as Shannon, or Alyx about any of this.
That would be inefficient.
Yeah. But I do agree mostly that Kaladin definitely took away a lot of energy and like focus from Szeth that should have been really have been Szeth. And also I feel like Kaladin's arc was more like he didn't have an arc here really. Like he just then eventually at the very end there was a little bit where okay, I can now swear my 5th also and go from there and become a herald, I guess. But
Day 10 was the only Kaladin arc. Yeah, I agree with you. For sure. That's a great point.
He hasn't moved. I mean, it's also been only 10 days, right? So not much room for movement, but he hasn't moved much from where he was in by the end of Rim of War. I feel like. And honestly, my biggest gripe is at the very end, because I cringed so hard when he says he reads the honor is dead line, and he'll see what he can do, right? I hated that. I hated it.
I think like there was a 1-2 punch. I'm his therapist. And then followed up.
Yeah.
I was so over this. This was bad.
It's terrible. But okay.
You want me? I'm not cheering. I'm angry and cringing. I'm cringing and angry.
Yes.
Like that's.
Yes.
And it's you have to remember, what are you? I'm his therapist, is followed by Ishar going, what is that?
What the heck?
And Kaladin goes, no.
Ishar should probably know. I don't know.
They actually,
it just undercuts the moment so much.
Yes, definitely. And there were some other moments in this book, but I unfortunately don't remember them. This is the one that stood out to me, that are a little bit like this, where there's an actual moment with a lot of gravitas, and then Brandon just does a Brandon, I guess, and puts in a catchy line that doesn't, or like a bad metaphor, like because
it undercuts it. You're so right. Yeah, so, it was like the gravitas isn't allowed to stay.
Yeah, exactly.
We're not allowed. Yeah.
I mean, it's the MCU effect, right?
Yeah.
It's the quippy, inappropriately timed.
Yeah.
One positive note I have about the Kaladin Szeth chapters or plot in general is that I liked how diegetic the flashbacks were. That it is. We have had this before, where like something triggered a flashback for the character in a memory, for example, for Dalinar. But in this case, where like we literally have Szeth tell the story to Kaladin, I really liked how that was pulled off, and
Yeah.
So
yeah, I agree. That was sick, and I really like the flashbacks too. I thought I was sick with dread throughout the whole.
Can we just say that Netru isn't a good father?
He's a bad dad. He's a bad dad. Netru is a bad father.
Really bad.
All right. This is not the Netru section. This is not the Netru section.
Do we have a Netru section?
Argent, what are your thoughts on this plotline? Since you have not gone yet.
I have not gone yet. No. And I don't think I will be able to after this. So I do. So I do agree, though my opinions are not as strong. Largely, the thing that I most resonate with is so. Before I get to that, I've never really cared about Szeth. He's never really felt like a character to me. He's okay.
That hurt me a little bit for you to say that. Oh, that's fine. You can believe that, but like,
okay. Well, okay. Every time you talk shit about Kelsier, I feel the same way. So eat it. He's never really felt like a character. He's always felt like a plot device, almost like he's there to like motivate other characters to like be heroic and do radiant things. And so I didn't super care about him in this book, but I do recognize that he was not given the same like weight or consideration as like Venli or Dalinar or Shallan or Kaladin, like the other characters who had their own flashbacks, right? So I do recognize that, and I do regret that. I wish that I felt more about Szeth. I just don't. Kaladin was obviously a character that I did feel more about, because that's John Stormlight himself, the main character of the series, and his progression from his Rhythm of War version to his Winds and Truth version was a little too fast. I don't quite feel like this has nothing to do with the Kaladin of old. This is a completely new character. I can see how the Wind and Truth version of Kaladin is a version of Kaladin that we could arrive at from the Rhythm of War version of Kaladin. I just struggle to see that transition happen in the few days that we see, right? He is almost entirely I don't want to say non-confrontational, but like non-violent. He has almost given up the spear. He has almost given up the fight. And I think that's just a little too quick. I don't mind the idea of, especially with the concept of, what if the heralds were teachers instead of warriors, like maintaining the continuity of the culture and stuff like that. So I don't mind Kaladin becoming that. I just think it was a little too fast. That said, I have taken 3 minutes out of the 30 that we have allocated for this for this episode. So I will yield the floor back to people who have stronger emotions about these two characters.
Very conscientious, very demure.
Before we get very demure. Before we get into, I think we could spend a lot of time on the flute. I would love to hear about TW suicide talk, because this is just one little line, kind of, but it is huge, and I think Ian should take it away.
You have 13 minutes.
Okay. So, guys, let me just preface this by saying I don't want my brand on Shardcast to be content warning for suicide, because I recognize that this is the second time that
Too late.
We've been like, okay, time to get into this book, but yeah, no, it's something that's got to be talked about. Any trust that I had in Brandon to handle this topic is out the door, dead and buried. We'll put we'll make this a chapter in the description, so you can skip over it if you want. So Kaladin's saying that maybe he should just let Szeth kill himself. Maybe he deserves it. That's, I think, both out of character for Kaladin and also just a terrible thing for him or for anyone to say and mean and not take back at any point. And let me be clear here. Kaladin, having been depressed and having attempted suicide himself, does not exempt him as a person from other things to do with that. It's not okay for him to say things like this just because he himself has struggled with this kind of thing. It would not be okay for me to say things like this, even though I've struggled with this kind of thing. And also, I understand that when you are right there in the moment talking to someone who is actively suicidal, that is a difficult emotional position to be in. I know that, but it's a different thing to be like, I'm not sure if I can handle this. I'm not sure if I should keep trying here. I don't know what to do. Should I step away? It's a different thing to do that than to go, yeah, maybe I just should. Maybe he deserves it. He's so unhelpable and weird. I don't like him. Kaladin wasn't saying it. In the end, the emotional reason behind him saying it wasn't good, and he never came back to this moment ever and thought maybe I should take that back. What happened to a life is priceless. And it's there's so little pushback from Syl. I'm talking about this all disorganized. Even though I've thought about it so much, and
because the
so
line he actually says to Syl is maybe he should die. Maybe he should end himself.
And it's no.
So
you just
let me see. Hi, audience. I am the insensitive one on the podcast. Let me see if I can give you a question that maybe will allow you to frame your thoughts a little more, not better, but focus them a little bit more.
Sure.
Yeah. So if I recall correctly, the reason Kaladin arrives at this line of thinking is because he is thinking about the crimes in his mind that Szeth has committed. He has killed people. He has caused turmoil throughout Roshar, right? And so he goes, well, okay, maybe corporal punishment is an appropriate punishment for the severity of the crimes that this person has committed. And if that is inappropriate level of punishment, then who am I to say that he should not have the power to inflict that upon himself? Does that...
No.
That's an excuse that Kaladin comes up with. Like, or not like he may even believe that he means it, but like what he actually, like what he says that, yes, but what he is initially saying is like, I'm not making progress. So infuriating. Part of me just wants to let him. Part of me feels like he's a lost cause. He doesn't want it. I should just leave him alone. He's thinking about how he feels like he's not making any progress. He's not like, he pulls that out because it's something he can say.
It's a justification. Yeah.
It's a justification. And like, he may even believe it a little bit, but it's not why he said it in the first place.
It's more of an excuse for him to give up than...
Also, it's stupid because Kaladin's also killed tons of people. Hello.
Yeah. There's also, I think, an important context that really like made this scene egregious for me is that the conversation that precedes it, where Szeth tells Kaladin that he's suicidal, Szeth is thanking Kaladin for his therapeutic help in helping him get to a healthy mental state where he sees that killing himself is the answer. And I'm like, the fact that Kaladin's very first therapy patient attempt ever came to this conclusion and told him that directly. Kaladin, you are the one who helped me come to this decision and realize it was right. To have Kaladin just kind of like blow it off and be annoyed about it and say something as heinous as like, well, maybe he just should, especially after Kaladin himself, as you said, actively attempted suicide himself days ago. It's a horrendous mishandling of his character. Like, for any character to mishandle a suicide conversation that badly, I think is a terrible thing that shouldn't have gone forward. But for it to be Kaladin, probably the worst moment in the book for me. I can't stand it.
Yeah, I honestly might agree about it being the worst or one of the worst moments, even though it was like only halfway through. Like, hang on, sorry, I know we're on a timer, but like there's
six minutes left.
There's a difference between feeling emotionally exhausted with something and between and like even leaving it, and between going like, and between being okay with someone dying and someone killing themselves specifically. I can't believe that Kaladin would be, and I think it makes him a pretty terrible person that he's just like so chill with this.
Well, and especially that the emotion is annoyance. Like, I think like we can all read this scene. The emotional root is annoyance. Kaladin is just like, oh, this is too much trouble. I'll give up because screw him, whatever. That's the vibe of this, of what he says and how he says it. And the whole justification for, well, I guess he's killed people is like, one, this is not exactly a thing that's been on Kaladin's mind. He doesn't really care because Szeth has actually not been a character in Kaladin's like interactions before. This is not something that's been weighing on Kaladin. Is like, oh, but I can't do this for Szeth because it's so personal and I can't stand all the things that he's done. Kaladin's whole thing has been like, I can't stand the things I've done in killing people. And nowhere in the text is there even any realization of like these parallels between them. I'm like, are we supposed to invent this? Like so that parallels. Like, are we supposed to invent the parallel here that like, oh, Kaladin is rough on Szeth here because he's rough on himself? That's something I can put there, but it's not actually in there.
Yeah, it's not there. Like he's not being like this because he himself is depressed, and so he's like projecting on Szeth like, I shouldn't live.
It doesn't feel like projection. It doesn't read like projection. And so it's just sort of like, it just feels like Brandon forgot Kaladin was suicidally depressed and what that feels like. And like,
yeah, if it had come from a space of like, I think this is actually a very realistic reaction for Szeth to have to therapy, that he would come to this like really horrible takeaway and need to be talked out of it. I think if I had seen more of Kaladin being like, this is the first time I've tried to help someone and it backfired so badly like a sense of horror and, kinship even for his own suicidal experiences that he's experienced. His best friend was torturing him through psychic nightmares for all of last book to try to make him commit suicide. If this had been a moment of connection, like, I think that was the way to play off that moment from Szeth. But yeah. Oh, yeah.
No.
That's not what we got.
I think Kaladin, at least in Brandon's mind, at least, doesn't think of himself as suicidal. I think the Rhythm of War ending was like a one-off type of thing, which is
that's
even. He
lots
thinks
of
about
writing
the
failure.
sarcasm.
Yeah. Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
Or giving up in the Braze nightmare too. When Wit has to drag him out,
He thinks about other moments that he didn't, but he doesn't actually think about the moment where he actually did jump, and it would have been really bad if Dalinar hadn't caught him in a TN vision.
We have 2.5 minutes for other Kaladin and Szeth thoughts.
Okay, I will go quick.
It's going to be longer than 2.5 minutes.
It's probably going to be a little more than 2.5 minutes, but I will try to be brief. I have to talk about the flute scene. I will put a disclaimer at the top. If you're somebody who really liked the Wandersail flute scene with Nail,
look away because we hate it.
Maybe skip this part. It's not my intention to talk anybody out of thinking that scene was cool. I get why people do. It's very cinematic. It's very visual. It's a big moment. It's very dramatic. Unfortunately, it, for me, does not have anything underneath the spectacle. It's an empty spectacle. And as someone who was here for like the deep connection stuff, it's really, really frustrating to see. It's very emblematic, I think, of a lot of the problems of Kaladin stealing spotlight. Nail is this, as I said, incredibly important character to Szeth. But not only that, we've been watching Szeth this whole book with Kaladin's help. I like that part of it. Struggle with his fear of making his own decisions, his lack of trust in himself, his belief that his own mind can't be trusted, and the way that he seeks external authorities as a coping mechanism for this very deep-rooted fear, which is, not coincidentally, exactly the same thing that Nail is struggling with right there beside him. And we also know that Nail has a respect for Szeth and respects his opinions. When Szeth calls him out and says, no rules were broken because you said there are no rules, Nail backs off and says, you're right, I was wrong, thank you. That is something he never gets with Kaladin. Kaladin can never talk to Nail and make him listen. Nail entrusted Szeth with this incredibly dangerous, powerful weapon because he thought he was a party responsible enough to hold someone like Nightblood. And yet, here we come to the big moment where we have to get through to Nail, where someone, hopefully with a personal connection maybe to Nail, someone who knows what he's going through and can see the kinship, is gonna help. And no, we get Kaladin doing a flute thing and telling the Wandersail story. And it's just so compelling. With the wind's help,
beautiful.
That Nail breaks down crying and finally listens for the first time, while Szeth does nothing that whole scene. I love the moment where Szeth tells Nail he won't fight him and stands up for that conviction and appoints Kaladin as his champion. But the problem is that after that happens, Szeth ceases to exist in that scene until Nail uses him as a hostage for a moment. It's all Kaladin. It's all shown as like Kaladin is just telling the story so good and it's so compelling, and the wind is doing the music behind him, so it's really meaningful. And none of this, I think, should be compelling to Nail. None of it connects any of their characters together for me. And it's super annoying that after we get all of this, where Kaladin just takes the spotlight and does all of it and fixes the whole thing for the person who's super important to Szeth, who's standing right there watching and saying nothing, we do exactly the same thing with Ishar in the finale with the despair moment, where, again, it's Kaladin who stands up because he had depression and he's good at that. Not the guy who was forced through a life of abject misery because of Ishar and who was made to experience that kind of despair to try to harden him for the difficult experiences of being a herald. Like, imagine if we'd gotten a Szeth who, because of his experiences as a truthless and continuing to process, had been able to stand up against Ishar and tell him he was wrong. Like, But no, it's Kaladin again. It's Kaladin again and again and again. And I don't know why.
Because they weren't good Kaladin moments either.
They weren't Kaladin moments either.
It's John Stormlight.
It's John Stormlight.
With Ishar, I can probably defend it. I'll agree. I don't like it with Ishar either because it really could have been. But with Nail, it's egregious because I'm in this book as a Kaladin fan too. I like the guy, but this wasn't Kaladin's win. He doesn't care about Nail. He's fighting with him all the time. And his whole thing is like, he's struggling. Like, I don't even really want to save him. Like, Nail sucks. I don't like this guy. He has to be convinced to care about him. The Wind is like, let me show you memories. And can you please do it for me? So that's strike one. Strike two. Who is this flute master?
I do want to interject on this one. I don't think Kaladin's skill with the flute and the music was ever meant to be good. It is not that
it is good, but it's presented as good.
No.
Yeah, it is.
I disagree with that. We can fight about this. I disagree with that. I think it is the idea of like, it's not that he's performing the song well. It is that he's performing it well enough for it to resemble the song, to like remind Nail of the thing. Like the point is he's reminding Nail of the things of the past and like why he decided to become a herald. Not that like the music itself is moving him in any meaningful capacity.
And yet the music is the vehicle by which the scene works and its whole cinematographical, because like that's what we're supposed to feel about it. And like that's the whole thing. But like the Wind is the backup music and like makes the music part work so that the story can land.
And it all comes through at the big climax.
And then Nail cries. Whatever. And then 3, this is not a skill we've ever seen Kaladin do, is like he just becomes Hoid bot 3000, because this is Hoid's thing. I'm going to tell a story and it's going to really affect you and move your heart and change you as a person. And this Kaladin has been the recipient of such stories, and like, you know, there's a kind of a little echo there. That's kind of nice. This is not something I was really ready for Kaladin to be doing at this level. I do not see the background, the foundation for this working for a Kaladin moment. All of these things are sort of like, it's Kaladin, everything being handed to Kaladin to do kind of on behalf of other characters. The Wind and Hoid won this moment. This is a Wind and Hoid moment. This isn't actually a Kaladin victory. And so that makes it extra weird that Szeth is right there and they're both been struggling with, I have struggled with being a person. I can't trust myself, which is like a great combo of like, oh, both of them, like, I don't know how to be a person. Oh, okay. Anyway, that's my, it's not even a good Kaladin moment.
I know we're over time. I'm going to quickly say, because we didn't time any of the other tangents that we did.
Well, we
just
didn't,
the one I'm excited about.
know that any of the other tangents were going to go multiple hours over time. So
I will say, for people who loved the cinematicness of it, I think there was absolutely a way you could write this scene where you could still tell the Wandersail story and have that be impactful. You could still have Kaladin be doing the flute stuff, but you could give Szeth like an agency in it. Have Szeth be the one explaining the story. You know, imagine if we'd had Kaladin tell Wandersail to Szeth ahead of time and Szeth didn't really react, but then we come back to it where Szeth's like, Kaladin told me this story and it actually was really meaningful because it spoke to my experiences that are the same experiences as yours, Nail, and opened that eyes. I think that would even be a better moment for Kaladin, being like, oh, this therapy thing I thought I tried and it didn't work actually had an impact, and I can see how Szeth was able to use that to connect. You could have kept the flute, you could have kept the story, but the fact that Szeth has no point whatsoever in that scene and that we just put it all on Kaladin and the cinematic moment, it's a flop for me. So okay, we can respect the timer now.
We'll fix it in the leather bound in 10 years.
Yeah.
Oh,
okay.
Also, Szeth leaving the Skybreakers was whack, and I don't like the Dissenters, but whatever. We'll get into that in a different episode, I guess.
That is going to be a different episode because we got
have Skybreaker beef.
Move on.
Yeah.
Okay.
Skybreaker beef.
So I know this is a little bit unresolved, but we gotta move because this is 1,400 pages book. Let's talk about the
How are you
Truth
gonna,
Watcher.
you're gonna phrase this?
I was gonna go with interracial boyfriends, but I was like, maybe I should not do that.
I could tell you were thinking about something.
Let's talk about
The enlightened boyfriend.
The enlightened one human, one singer boyfriends who did a little smooch.
It was cute. I was pretty surprised. Like there's aspects of this that this is a pretty classic Brandon does a romance, okay, but I think it really benefited from having he's done Yumi now, and I feel like there is a little extra oomph on it, and I thought it was pretty fairly done. I really like they saw a vision of the kiss before they kissed. Oop. Ew.
I did think it was really funny that
all the visions turned out true that they saw. Not
the visions of Renarin like trying to like teach Rlain a little bit about here's how you do truth watching, and then Rlain does a little bit of that, and then Renarin looks at it and it's like, we are all right, cool. We're doing that. Cool. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I am. Yeah, if you just want to like go, like you want to go, bro. You want to go? That's funny.
Renarin hums. He's like the only human who really tries to hum the rhythms.
Well, except for Shallan.
Oh,
Who cares?
Wow.
Not me.
I would say like this was not on the level in terms of like a romance plot as something like Yumi and Painter, but genuinely I do think that was Brandon's diagram day with romances, and we're never going to get that level again. It's just a random time that he did it amazingly. I did think it was good. I feel like I've been less of a Renarin like mega stan these past few years, just because like everybody knows he's really cool. He doesn't need me to advocate for him anymore, but he still has a very special place in my heart. I wish we'd gotten to spend a little bit more time like in their individual pasts. Like I loved seeing the painful moment of Rlain's friends deciding he was the right one to be put into danger because they'd miss him the least. Like
when he volunteers and the little sigh of relief.
I wish we had
struck a little. That was a little personal. That was a little like, okay, I feel that. I don't know why I feel that. I can't think of like any situation that I've been in where that's, but like, okay, I feel that in my heart.
Yeah. I wish we'd gotten something with that level of sauce for Renarin. I don't feel like the Renarin scenes ever had a level of that impact, which I think is a shame, because I do think like Renarin has been through such horrible experiences in the books where we didn't get to see his point of view, like especially after like Odium grabs them and is like making them live some bad stuff, and Mishram's like, you know, the idea that he was like bullied as a kid and Adolin came to save him is, we could pick something cooler.
Yeah, that's honestly was more like another moment to show you Adolin is just a great guy. Like it wasn't it was sort of about Renarin, but not really. Like, right? It's sort of
you know, like if you need a scene where like I would have loved to see the 4-way duel from Renarin's perspective, where he's in the ring without armor, thinking he is going mad because his shard blade is screaming with him, and can tell the other duelists are just playing with him and keeping him like basically as a hostage while his brother fights. That I think would be a much better, cooler scene to see from Renarin's point of view in the spiritual realm than this like, the kids were a little mean to me when I was young. It's like, yeah, we could guess that. We could have picked crunchier Renarin moments.
And also this was standard for me and I'm used to it, and
I think we also could have seen something between Dalinar and Renarin, where because Renarin has always been, you know, the invalid, the like the son.
Ronaldo? Who are you talking about? the
other one, right?
The other one.
And so I think there could have been some like, because there must have been a point in Renarin's teenage years, adolescence, whatever, where he realizes that he is the other son, right?
Mhm.
There's Adolin and the other one.
And then there's Adolin Kaladin and the other.
Well, yeah. Like Dalinar has many sons, and he
Yeah.
also has Renarin.
Yeah.
You actually just gave me like such an idea of what if we'd gotten a scene, because we saw some of this from Dalinar's flashbacks, a scene where Renarin is like bringing his father alcohol because he feels like it's the only time Dalinar is happy to see him or approves of him is when he's feeding his addiction like that. Like, imagine that kind of a scene with Renarin.
I would rather not actually.
Yeah.
Like,
That's
how about
what
I
you want, though. You need
pass on this
the
crunch?
Where was my
It's
crunch
a little
from my
crunch.
boy? You should get to kiss the cute crab boy and get crunched. I want both of them.
Yeah, Carapace
True.
is crunchy.
I like that their love was the entire like key to Mishram. I like that they were the ones who made the final decision, like just the two of them on what to do with her. I think that was extremely relevant and good. Shallan running through the hallway going, "No, don't." I was like, "Shut up, girl. Let them do what they want to do."
You had your climax already. Get out of here.
What are you talking about? Why are you stopping them? Like, let them decide.
It was so weird that they never even talked about that beforehand. It's
Yeah.
like,
None of them talked
why
about what they were
why
going
are
to
you
do.
wanting to stop this? Sudden drama.
That's a little weirdness.
You could have talked about this before.
None of them came up with a plan before day 10.
Well, it was kind of spur of the moment decision.
What I also really liked was how Renarin's autism was portrayed, like how he's uncomfortable with touch and everything, and also how Rlain like deals with it, because like Rlain really respects it and like is careful to ask for consent and everything, which was very sweet. And yeah, I really like that. But one thing that it doesn't really bother me too much, but it's different for singers probably, but I felt like in the Rlain viewpoints, the feelings were like, I didn't get too many romantic vibes and more like platonic vibes from him personally. But I mean, it's just also like, I guess in war form you don't. Is he war form? Whatever form he is.
I think it's in war form.
It's that those feelings probably don't come as strong through as strongly, so it works still. But it can just be different for the two of them. From Renan, that definitely was a lot more like he thinks of him in a romantic way, and for Rlain, it felt a little more wishy-washy. I felt like, but yeah,
I can see that. I know what you mean. Yeah.
I can see that.
Yeah. I have one gripe. with Renarin and Rlain.
Grab me up, Scotty.
There should not have been any cuts to Shallan's reactions at all. They were weird, and off-putting, and it came off really voyeuristic. And I think we're supposed to get, Shallan is celebrating, her friends are starting a romance. She's not close to either of these men. They do not have this relationship. She's basically a total stranger to Rlain. Rlain doesn't respect her. Renarin doesn't respect her. Like, the whole thing is sort of like day 2 when they get in here is like, we have to undo Shallan's mistake because Shallan is dumb. And they're right. Shallan did the thing of like leading them to they were right about her.
The moment in Renarin's POV when he's like, we have to keep going along with Shallan because if we don't, she won't have any source of common sense. I was like, get her.
Correct.
Oh, yeah.
Correct. They were right. Like, she does not have the relationship with either of these men, alone or together, that would make this land. I think it was weird and off-putting. And it was like, did we really need an audience like stand in? Like, we approve of this. Clapping and honking like a seal.
I was going to say, like, it doesn't feel like Shallan's reaction to these people because, like, Renarin's her half-brother, but, like, it doesn't... she's not that close to him. It feels like an audience insert. It feels like here are like she's squeeing just like you're squeeing right now, right?
Yeah,
and it's
right.
Like, yeah, I am squeeing, but also I've been in these characters' heads, and like I'm feeling their relationship from their point of view, not like Shallan isn't. She isn't the audience, and it's a little bit weird that she's acting like them.
Well, it's inappropriate and overly close, which is kind of her vibe. Absolutely, I think this is absolutely Shallan's inappropriate sense of like she thinks she's closer to them than she is. I buy that. I'm a hater.
No, I mean that's accurate. Like I think she has exactly the same shippy vibes as the fandom does.
I don't. I think the fandom is much closer to these characters than she is. I think that the fact that it's externalized in this character is weird.
Yeah.
It's weird.
It's the like girl at the party who's pretending people next to her are like boys from her favorite boys love manga and is making like that's not an appropriate thing to do to real people who you are with in real life, as opposed to like they are fictional characters to us, the audience, who are not interacting with them directly. It kind of like breaks that barrier between like, oh, this is something like real people do. Yeah, like I know the audience is going to be squeeing about it. When real women squee at real gay men, don't do that. Don't do that.
Like, as a lady, don't do that.
Yeah, well, Shallan
don't do that.
Less sensitive.
She's a nonsense character. I got a nut. It's fine.
Yeah.
We should keep going. We've been recording for a while.
Let's go on.
There is a little bit of fandom insert going on here. But we do need to keep going because Marvin has to edit this at some point in the future.
Godspeed.
Which, F's in chat from Marvin. So we're going to move on and actually talk about Shallan a little bit more in depth because we've already been like digging a little bit into Shallan and that feels like a natural transition. So how do we feel about kind of what Shallan was doing in this book and like how she was doing these things in this book?
So Shallan in this book does seem to like, it's another one of those things where it's the book, what am I saying? Rhythm of War seems to like leave off in a bit of a different place than this book picked up on again for her. And I think that probably just was Brandon like changing his mind and talking to his sensitivity reader and stuff in between. Because it does feel like her trajectory changed slightly. And Vale is still there, integrated to some extent. Her memory is integrated, but she's still she did not like completely fuse with Shallan. She's still a separate alter, which feels like a bit of a change. But overall, I thought Shallan as a DID system was done well in this book. I am not plural myself. I don't have DID or anything like that. But as far as I can tell from what I have heard from people who do have it or are systems and from research, I think Brandon here corrected a lot of things in which like he had originally not been writing DID. He'd been writing weird, multiple personalities. DID. That's not a thing. And here he actually, like, by having flashbacks going back and showing that her alters split off at different times than she thought they did. And they did actually come from childhood trauma as DID is, rather than her like intentionally manifesting Vale. That wasn't actually what happens. That's just kind of what she thought happened. And some things like that kind of like soft retcons, because they don't contradict things necessarily, because like she wouldn't necessarily remember completely on point because it's a dissociative disorder. There's memory blocks and things like that. And so it tracks that like she'd be rediscovering this, and it doesn't feel to me like, oh, more Shallan secrets, because that's not like a dramatic twist. It's just kind of her like settling into like figuring out more how she is and how she and Veil and Radiance came to be. So I think it was a change in Brandon's plans, but that it fits in with the book very well, and I appreciate that he went and did this and like went to the effort of doing this, because mental health should be like accurately presented, and especially things like this that so often aren't. So yay there. Yay. All right, take it away.
Mm-hmm.
She's pregnant.
Want to go, or I could you guys go
one
ahead.
thing. She's pregnant.
She's pregnant.
That's it. I don't have anything else to say. Yeah. Okay. We'll find out what that looks like later.
Yep. If you didn't catch the clues, there was shower sex and there was
unprotected shower sex.
Unprotected. Well, I mean,
you're allowed when you're married.
Was it the shower sex or was it the star sprint? It could have been either of those.
Oh yeah, it could be either. Yeah.
They're married.
You know, pattern says it is essentially encouraged at this point. So
yeah,
we are all fine with that.
A pilgrim in the cognitive realm, and she's going to spend most of the time skip not pregnant, but with a little one. Because she will have a little one for most of the time skip.
So we don't know what that's going to look like. I mean, hopefully, you know, baby
teenage colon.
Yeah, we lost Cave's colon, but we are getting whatever this baby's name is.
I bet you this child is going to be obnoxious as hell.
Yep. Yeah.
We are all rooting for Yugi hair.
Oh no!
Yummy,
I forgot about that.
Just full on.
You go, little colon. I believe in you.
But yeah, so if you didn't notice that, there was a little like Shallan like touching her abdominal region, and like
in books and in movies, it's the sign. She touches her belly.
Yeah. No, if you touch your belly, you're pregnant. That's how it works.
Pretty much.
Especially while thinking like, I have to do this not just for me.
Yeah.
Like that was what she thought.
That also applies to all genders, like me after
That's
Thanksgiving.
how you get pregnant. This is the birds and the bees talk, guys. When a person touches their stomach and really thinks hard about it.
Doing this for not just me, unselfish.
It is how these things work.
His parents can never be selfish ever again, and that's.
No. But that's the end of that conversation.
Good.
I see that we have a line in the outline that says Ghost Bloods.
Ghost Bloods?
So I guess I'll hand this off to Alyx.
The Ghost Blood person?
I'll go take a nap.
Cool. So I'm not on a timer this time? All right, cool.
Well, you are on a timer until I come back.
Great, cool, great. So Ghost Bloods. I have incredibly mixed feelings about this part of the book too. Go figure. So I do think this is a case of Brandon is establishing a relationship ex post facto that he did not actually show on screen, and I'm annoyed because it's the relationship I always wanted to be there, and he's just telling me that it happened. But I'm also like, boy, it would have been great to like see any of that. And I'm talking about the relationship between Maurice and Shallan as like this sort of toxic mentorship with weird loyalty where they both know they're manipulating the other, but they also both kind of are there's a seeking of approval and being proud, and all of that like nasty twistedness. I have been on this ship. I have been on this track since Words of Radiance. I was searching for it for 3 books, got to the end of row, and was like, dang, well, she's decided not to be a Ghost Blood anymore. I guess that's the end of it. And the thing that I really wanted didn't happen. Only to pick up with Wind and Truth being like, oh yeah, you know that thing that's been going on for the last 4 books? And they're like totally have all this conflicted mentorship relationship with each other? That's totally a thing. Here we go. We're going to make a plot about it. And I'm like, Brandon, you're driving me crazy. Thank you. But you're driving me crazy. Please, I beg of you. In my mind, he's just written me a blank check to imagine all sorts of toxicity that has now canonically happened in Mraize and Shallan's backstory.
But then she kills him.
She's dead. By
She's-
the end. I don't know. I really wanted this to not go that way. And I can accept that a lot of those feelings are my selfish, I really like Mraize feelings. But also, I don't know, I think it would have been nice for her to have a mentor she didn't have to kill, since that was the whole, like, maybe this one goes a little bit differently after she's sort of processing that this continues to happen to her. And we just had to do it anyway. I liked the knife switcheroo. I thought it was very clever.
That's cute.
I liked the fake formless was a fun little twist. That one also was great. But yeah, why he have to die though? Especially right after you've canonized that they did have the toxic relationship I've always wanted them to have for 4 books. Brandon. And then you bring Kelsier back in the end and make me read about that. Gosh dang it. Ghost.
Well, we had to have a happy
right.
ending to all of this.
The
didn't we?
end. Did I like it or not? You decide. I don't know. At least we found out his name finally. God dang it. The things this book has put me through.
Yeah.
All right, I
Wow.
cede the floor.
I'm good on Shallan. I think I covered
Yeah.
everything.
I agree
I don't-
mostly with what people have said. So yeah.
I don't think Shallan had a whole lot of arc in
Mhm.
this book. It was a little bit at the beginning of her, like, swearing her fourth ideal and getting her plate and learning a little bit about her plate and like how to work that in the
Mhm.
context of the unseen court.
Mhm.
But once she got to the spiritual realm, it was kind of a big switcheroo of her going, oh, well, I guess I am manifesting formless back. And then eventually realizing that, oh, no, that I'm not actually, no, I've actually, no,
I have healed.
I've outgrown that aspect of myself. And this is just Yatel, like,
Mhm.
playing tricks on me.
Murray's choosing to be God. Very attractive of him to do that. I really liked that bit. Also, I will just note it. I don't think we should open this can of worms, but I do think it's telling that none of us talked about Mishram, and that
Yeah.
kind of shows maybe a little bit how much impact she actually had on Shallan and
Yep.
Renarin Rlain's plot.
Shallan
We
was a
talked about-
little.
Freeing her, but
Shallan was too weirdly controlling about what they should do with Mishram. That was weird.
also Mishram got out and then just
noped out.
Well,
Right.
the Spren got better, I guess, or like the Deadeyes, but
Yeah.
that's about all.
No more dead eyes. Yeah, so that helped. And there are some real, like, interesting realmatic conversations to be had around the idea of,
are there?
odium. yes, they are.
They're always
Not on the Shardcast I'll be on.
Well, yeah, sure. Not on this episode. That's right. I acknowledge your disinterest and inferiority when it comes to these things. But like the idea of like odium connecting to the planet and then Mishram like slurping up his power and then also big like connecting to the planet, and then when you slurp Mishram away, that also slurps the connection away, and that has consequences and stuff like that. So, but that's indeed not this episode. So,
Yeah,
Mhm.
I completely zoned out. I don't even remember what you said.
yeah.
I'm
Okay,
like-
well,
I'm like, this
Look.
bit of apricot is really good.
you don't need to be on that episode. You don't need to listen to that episode. We're fine. We are Gucci. Is there anything interesting about Shallan that I want to bring up? I thought it was funny that she was just kind of jumping and squealing about the Truth Watcher boyfriends just be like having a little tender moment, and her little shippy heart just going and doing little shippy things. I thought that was, maybe there are bad character reasons for that to happen, but I thought it was funny.
Valid.
I'm not going
Now-
to say valid to that.
Wow, I have been
Rude.
canceled by my own crew.
I didn't cancel you. I said valid.
No,
Wait,
you
we've been
didn't.
able to cancel you this whole time. What are we doing here?
But
let's go.
I have executive power over this episode.
No.
And I
Wow.
will move us to Jasnah, who is the next character on our list. Whom I think
I'm gonna go last.
Thank God she
Okay.
dumped the clown.
she did.
True,
She
yeah.
dumped the clown. Yeah, there was a breakup between Jasnah and Hoyt, initiated by Jasnah herself, who now a book later realized that
He
this
sucks.
guy who like. I can see the appeal of he is this cosmic, almost deific entity with so much knowledge and so much like information that I can I can see the appeal of that, and then you get close to a being like this and you go, oh, he's actually just a jackass. And it's like I am a little bit of a Hoyt defender. Like I do think that Hoyt tries to do maybe not his best, but at least tries to do good. Just doesn't.
No, I like Hoyd.
always-
I very much like Hoyd.
doesn't always succeed, right?
Yeah.
He was always a bad fit for Jasnah. Long term speaking, I think Jasnah Chris is endgame, and I think if Brandon
Better
doesn't know
option
that,
by far.
he needs
Okay.
to
If
be
we're talking
made
about
aware.
Hoyd and Jasnah, I'll go not last. I thought we were talking about the debate with Taravangian.
We were gonna get to the debate, yes.
Yeah.
But yeah, so Jasnah's storyline in this book is largely her saying some like a little like continuity things in day 1 and day 2, and then being shipped off to Thaylen City and hanging out there for a hot minute, and then Taravangian shows up, and there is an epic historical rap battle of history where she gets crushed.
Yeah.
I think we all have an opinion on whether that defeat is justified or not. And that's the end of Jasnah for this book. Who would like to talk about that?
Is there anyone here who thinks that like the debate was good?
All right, so let me start. Okay.
I can jump into someone also who was not totally negative, but you go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm not totally negative, right? I do think the idea of what happened in Jasnah's POVs could have been interesting. And what I mean by that is that I liked the idea of Odium showing up and presenting a face which was, hey, let's have a debate. We are both philosophers. Let's just talk about this. But meanwhile, behind the scenes, he's actually being a bully. Like for him, and this is fully canon, like for him, this was not a debate. He always had a plan to take over Thaylen, and the debate is essentially a sham to like keep Jasnah distracted because he always had a backup plan. And so
Okay, the Council of Merchants or whatever it's called.
he
The
was
whole
going
time.
to murder everyone except for 4 people when the 4 people were his stooges and they were going to vote for him. And like it was like Thaylen was always going to land in Odium's lap. And so I do like kind of the bully Taravangian version that we don't quite get to see. Like I did like the idea that this was never going to be like a philosophy battle like it was presented to be. It was just a sham, right? So I do like that. But the whole sham was, well, we were going to have a philosophy battle in front of all of this like skullduggery that I was going to do in the back. And in that philosophy battle, I think Brandon did not present Jasnah as well and as favorably as he should have. The version of Jasnah that we saw in the first, I guess, like Way of Kings and Oathbringer, for the most part, was of a woman who was far more intelligent and far more composed and far more self-aware than the version that we got in this book. Yep. And that's really my beef. Like, I think there's going to be a lot of conversation around this book that is like, how do we feel about Jasnah losing versus Jasnah winning? I am fine with Jasnah losing this debate. There is zero problem in that. It is in the way that she lost this debate that I have issues with.
I definitely agree. I don't think Jasnah made a good enough showing of herself to justify the character that we had been presented. The parts that I did not mind were, I liked the comparison of like two utilitarians and the way that Taravangian used like your personal philosophy, so to speak, is very similar to mine. Because I don't like utilitarianism. I think it's a bad moral philosophy, and I like it when utilitarians get undermined. But I feel like the way that it happened was not, it was this weird wishy-washy, like, oh, Jasnah was never like really a utilitarian because she loved her family and she like wasn't prepared. And there was a bunch of like, oh, he came prepared to debate against her and I was like, why weren't you prepared to debate against him? It's Taravangian. Like, get those. If he's going to go personal, be ready to go personal. It was a weird, there was a lot of that. There were elements of the argument that I liked and enjoyed, but I do think Jasnah's like sort of lack of preparation and surprise at seeing her own philosophies didn't make sense. The other thing I did like, though, I enjoyed the sort of pitch after the defeat of like, you could become one of my fused and work for me. That's a kind of plot line I really enjoy. I love the like contentious warlock patron vibes. Or there's a character in Critical Role Exandria Unlimited Calamity that has a similar sort of like, I'm going to work for the bad guy and accept the power in hopes of living long enough to change things and undermining. Like, that's a vibe I'm into, but all the debate stuff was...
Which, by the way, is something that Dalinar briefly considered in the Contest of Champions. He was like, oh, well, maybe it's okay for me to like become Odium's champion and like manage the galactic war as like a more benign general, which was interesting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right, Shannon, you're itching.
I have strong feelings.
You're itching.
I've been itching this whole time. I've been like grumbling and making noises. I have strong opinions. Like, it's not, I'll forward this. I'm not a utilitarian and I don't really have strong feelings about the personal philosophy. The point is that it was Jasnah whose whole thing is, her whole shtick is self-knowledge and self-accountability. And she doesn't know she's a hypocrite. I know I'm a hypocrite. I know that I have contradictory parts of the things that I think and feel that don't totally work together. I'm aware of this. I am just a basic reader who feels like I could crush either one of these in this conversation because this was stupid. The first thing was like, why did Jasnah fall apart like that? And it was just so contrived. For one thing, why would Jasnah be so stupid as to sign her name on an assassination contract? The answer is that she wouldn't. She would never. But she has to be that stupid for this whole thing to work. There is one aspect of this that I don't mind. I don't mind that Taravangian used ad hominem. It's a fallacy. Ad hominem attacks are a fallacy, but you can win debates with fallacies depending on who you're arguing against. They needed to convince Fen. He didn't actually need to crush Jasnah's own personal self-worth. All he needed to do was, you can win like with an ad hominem attack. I get that. And this part of it was fine. It doesn't actually need to be a perfect moral thing. It's because I can see the conundrum and someone like Jasnah, it's like, oh no, this is an ad hominem and this doesn't matter. But how do I quickly convey to Fen, oh, this is a fallacy and this is how a fallacy works, and like that, and I'm going to explain to you why this doesn't matter, that I'm a bad person. You know, like how does that actually work in a debate? It doesn't really, because he's landed the emotional part of why this is a fallacy in the first place.
Because it's not necessarily Taravangian versus Jasnah. It is Taravangian versus Jasnah in the context of how do we both look like to Fen.
Yeah, exactly. And that aspect of it, I don't mind. I think there are a lot of Fen fans who are going to be pissed because she came off like a wet noodle. Yeah. Just so absolutely souffle spined. Who is this woman? She's nothing. And now she ends the series as nothing when she was pretty cool before, like whatever. But I feel like Brandon undermined Jasnah so badly that it unraveled her whole character for me. Like literally, this is not the person she has been presented as being in the books before this. She should already know she's a hypocrite and be prepared to speak on it. I feel lied to about who Jasnah is as a person, because it was like she should. I have only like a smattering of philosophy. I'm like not even a quarter of the philosopher that Jasnah is presented to be. And I feel like I know how to handle talking about my own personal ideological conflicts, because I have them, because everyone has them. And she just fell apart because it never occurred to her. What's her class called? What's her
Italians? Oh, no. Else colors?
Else color.
Oh.
Yeah. I could use both. Like she's the whole, Versatilian, else color, like the whole thing of self-knowledge, self-challenge, challenge your own self. Like this was a character that I was told and was shown to have challenged herself all the time. Do I really believe this? What are some of the reasons I don't believe this? What are some of the things that like I say I believe, but like if I ask the question, this is why trolley problems are still active, is because like they make us think about, do I have any conflicts in what I think versus what I would actually do? Jasnah, I feel like she already had a moment in Rhythm of War where it's like she realized she was not going to do something that she thought she would. She didn't kill Renarin. She thought she was the type to do it. She learned something about herself, and it didn't crush her. She was fine with not killing Renarin, and it didn't break her to be like, oh no, but I'm not a utilitarian anymore. Oh no, I didn't kill my cousin, so I have to fall apart and cry on a bed forever. That's actually not how it goes, because we have conflicts and like we readjust, and like we redo our values, our sets of values all the time.
And it's even more than that, I think, Shannon. It's that the Oathbringer revelation of, oh, I should kill my cousin, but I will not because that's the right.
Was it Oathbringer? Like, even earlier. Wow. Well, crazy.
Yeah.
But like,
wow, a year ago she should have. Anyway, keep going.
It is like the revelation of family matters more to me than other things is a revelation that she's had already.
Yeah.
And so her being defeated by that revelation here in Wind and Truth is like, but she knows this.
It's
we've gone through these emotions already.
The character arc has already happened, and like there is no continuity of character. And like I think I'm like a normal, thoughtful person, and I think about the ways I'm a hypocrite and how that intersects with my concept of having values and like all of that. This is basic stuff for just if you're like a person who thinks about what you think, like the meta thought every now and then. Crazy. But it was like, it was so clear. Like, I'm not going to get into utilitarianism and why she's right or wrong or whatever, because like that's not important to me. It's more like, why did she fall apart? Like, it's more that she should already have been able to answer it. Even if I disagreed with her or people disagreed with her on her philosophy, that's kind of not the important part of this for me. Like, I actually don't even think we need to get into the lesson conversation 2.0, because that's I genuinely, it's not even like that. Like, I'm fine with it. It's I genuinely think it's irrelevant to what we saw, because what we saw was just Brandon needed to have her broken and crying on a bed. Mm-hmm. That's the reason. And it was like, he couldn't thread this needle to like make the character we have for 4 books and get it to where the outline says she is here at the end of Stormlight book 5. And it was just, I need to bring her down. And it just felt really personal. This one was insulting, and I'm mad about it in a way that was sort of like, I had faith in you. I had faith in you to do this character justice, and you didn't.
And it just feels bad, because like, he did do her right. Like, the first few books were Jasnah just being like, there's a reason she is a favorite of so many people, right? She is just like, she's so self-aware, she's so intelligent, she's like, she knows what is going on inside and outside of her head. And this book, I think this book just did not do her justice. And
like, at one final thing, at AonEne, she's been like the big like known heretic for like her entire culture. Like, she's the scapegoat for her entire culture, and she's like, why can't I get away with what why can't I get away with what Dalinar does? Like, Dalinar's a full heretic, and they just like, whoa, yay, Dalinar. But to me, like, I'm the butt monkey of the society. I cannot believe she has not been fielding ad hominem attacks her whole adult life. The moment she came out as an atheist, like, it's like, these are the kind of arguments I would have expected her to be able to fend off, because she's been doing it from like the High Lords and all of like the Vorin whatever society for years. I would have expected her to have this specific angle on lock.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because I know people are going to be saying this like maybe in response to us, but also just in general. To be clear, no one thinks that Jasnah is flawless or should like never have a low point or never have like a character arc or space for improvement. Like, it's okay for her to mess up or be unhappy, like find flaws in herself, have a low point. That's okay. The way that it happens, the way that we got to that, doesn't feel realistic to her. It doesn't feel like something that would have gotten her to that point. Like, no one is saying Jasnah should just like never
win all the time. She doesn't have to win all the time.
Yeah, she doesn't have to win all the time, and she can always be discovering more about herself. But like, that doesn't mean that she doesn't know basic things about herself. Because this was like not that wild.
Like, if she wants to come and like cry in my bed, I think that's fine. That's okay.
That's maybe
okay. No, okay.
The timer just went off. The
timer.
Weird how I'm being immediately timered. Let's go talk about Sigzil and Venli.
I haven't actually said anything about.
Paleo has the thing.
Yeah, I haven't said anything about Jasnah so far.
Okay,
so,
let's not go talk about Sigzil and Venli. Let's talk about Marvin.
So I have 2. Let's not talk about me. Let's talk about Jasnah. So I have only 2 sort of small things that I actually want to add on a little of a positive note, so I'll save that for last. But I think, while I don't mind that she lost the debate and whatever, like that's fine. But I think she wouldn't have had to lose this badly, because I think they should have known about Kharbranth and its destruction. But apparently, like, nobody knows about this yet in the book. It already happened, but they don't. I feel like they say something about, we don't have any reports out of Kharbranth, or like they've cut off span reads or whatever. But I feel like they would have somebody close to Kharbranth, not directly in Kharbranth, who would have seen what happened there. Like, at least it should have come up in some way. I'm like not sure if it would have completely changed the debate or whatever. It feels odd that they are not aware of it at all.
Yeah. You just did make me think of another thing. I'm so sorry. Is that okay?
Yeah, let me finish on the one positive thing I have about it is I like that it was just resolved as this debate and everything, and it was like I like the premise of it, that it wasn't just another fight that we had to sit through and like
not a battle.
Yeah,
yeah, a physical battle.
I did like the way it was presented as. It's not necessarily that ODM shows up and goes, hey, the winner of this debate is going to like be the winner of Thaylen City or Thaylen or whatever. It is, hey, as long as you are debating me, nothing else is happening. Yeah. And so it is in your interest to engage in this philosophical battle.
Yeah, there's that. There's that. And it was just, my final cap. I could go on this for more. As you said that, I was like, I've been kind of avoiding saying this, but I think like it's true, and I want this on the record. I think there is a big gendered element to the way Jasnah's thing ended. When I think about men who end up like broken emotionally and crying in bed, how often does that happen? It was like he needed her sense of self undone in a way that I was like, I thought he would never go there with Jasnah, because I thought she was like, I thought she was going to be like the exception to a lot of like Ice Queen stuff, tropes and stuff. And this was like a big, like, finally defrosted the Ice Queen that I was really hoping he would never do. And he did. And I know I got like really heated on like the Szeth and Kaladin and stuff. But low key, this might be the height of disappointment for the book for me. In terms of like what you did to Jasnah was gendered, and it felt really bad. Yeah.
Well, we do need to move on.
Yes.
So let's go talk about something that we all are happy about and we all agree on, which is Sigzil Venli.
It was fine.
That sure existed.
Is anyone like away from like the midpoint?
I like the Chasm Fiend stuff. I really like the everything about that. But that has nothing to do with either Sigzil or Venli, really.
Okay, guess who's the best character in the book? It's Dami.
It's Dami.
It is Dami.
He's in this section, right?
He is,
so
yeah.
He is.
Why did we call this the Sigzil Venli section? This is the Dami section.
Dami the Stormwall.
Stormwall,
section.
This book made me like Sunlit Man less, because I got really annoyed at the Ox and Sigzil stuff. I don't know. I feel like the fact that Sunlight came out before the Sigzil sections made them less interesting, because you're like, well, you know, he's gonna be in Sunlit Man eventually.
It's spoilers.
I think that's a shame, because I think there were a lot of people who were really excited to see what happens to Sigzil in Stormlight 5, and like, how does he get to that point? What's the thing? And it's like, it's actually an entire book of this doesn't matter at all, and then one epilogue with Hoid where Hoid gets misted, and that's a really cool thing.
Oh, I love Hoid getting misted though.
Hoid getting misted was great. But yeah, Sunlit just kind of stole all the wind out of Sigzil's plotline, I'm gonna say.
Oops, out of the truth.
Very much agreed.
Yeah.
I will. So I do like Vienta. I do think it's interesting to have a Spren that is like really kind of like nerdy is the wrong way to describe her, but she is very precise in the way that she talks, and like I think they have a really interesting relationship, Sigzil and Vienta.
Very personality. They had a personality.
Yeah. Where it is very like observation focused, facts focused. We don't see a whole lot of that. I think that was an interesting, like, okay, yeah, that they fit nicely. I don't mind that. And you can even like draw a parallel all the way to Sunlit Man with Ox, and like the way that Ox is very observational about like Nomad's BU levels and like how much investor he has and how much investiture things are going to cost and how much he's going to get out of it. So like there's a very it's not scientific because the process of science is more about discovery than it is about observation, but like there's a very observational vibe that both of Sigzil's Spren are giving, which I thought was interesting. His actual story was kind of mid.
Yeah. It was mid. I really like that the listeners won the platform. That feels like justice to me.
Yeah.
I like that as a final. I'm so glad the Alethi didn't keep it. Alethi is better than the fused, I guess, but the listeners should have kept it. I'm so glad that happened.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I like that Elle was just yeah, sure. Yeah, you won it.
Yeah.
Good for you.
Maybe Venli and Elle should.
It was unique with him.
Maybe Venli and Elle should kiss.
Maybe they should smooch, right?
Oh.
Elle was pretty cool in this book. I think Elle was the cool. It's like the inverse plot lines. Adolin's section was so cool, but he had such a lame villain.
Mhm.
And then all of our Shattered Plains heroes were kind of mid, but they had a really cool villain. And Elle, it's there's a balance.
Oh God, Moash is in this section.
Yeah.
I think it was a choice to have Moash just not appear in this book at all, and Brandon didn't write any scenes where he showed up at all.
The whole Moash thing is if I start talking about this, we're gonna go even longer. So I'm dropping it. Know that I'm furious.
We cannot afford to
know that
dedicate time to Moash.
I know that I'm furious, and I have to drop it there because otherwise it's gonna be.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to can that for the Moash episode.
It's canned. It's canned.
Yeah,
It
ableism.
didn't happen, in my opinion.
It didn't happen.
Wasn't real.
Yay for ableism, indeed.
The fakest thing I ever read.
one thing that I did like, both Sigzil and Venli had pretty mid arcs themselves. Sigzil was very much Kaladin 2.0, but done worse and in less time.
Yeah.
And then Venli, whatever the hell her arc was, I don't know.
We found a perpendicularity, and it's just
we walked
there.
Yeah, I did enjoy, which had very little to do with Venli herself, but in Venli's chapters, there were a lot of what felt like intentional callbacks to Way of Kings and Words of Radiance in the world building of those chapters. And it's not there was a lot of world building per se, but it was a lot of we are seeing the world almost for the first time. We are seeing the kind of the wonder and almost the majesty of, this is a foreign world where flora and fauna are weird, and the cycle of life and death and decay and growth are so intertwined in what we do just all of the time, and in the environment that we are in all of the time. That and just being in the chasms, right? We spent so much time with Bridge 4 in the chasms. It had nothing to do with Venli herself, but the environment that Venli was in and the way that environment was described were beautiful and important and meaningful and callbacky in a way that I truly do appreciate.
Yeah, I missed that when it wasn't there, when people weren't describing the environments like that. It's where's Roshar? I kind of missed Roshar on Roshar.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We get a little bit of that from the opposite side with the Kaladin and Szeth, Kaladin reacting to normal things like they're weird. There's a smidge.
A little.
Yeah.
A little.
Smidge.
The carrots.
A lot of the characters spend time in cities, right? There isn't much of Roshar to see there. We do get some description of the Aesish architecture, for instance. So but yeah, like you said, it's not Roshar. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't think any of us have really much to say about Sigzil or Venli, unfortunately. Which
fine.
maybe this could have been an opportunity to shrink down the size of the book a little bit. But
Venli, I love you. I love you, and I support you.
Okay.
I just wish she got, more interesting things to do and say and all that. Just many characters in this book. That's all.
Oh, also, it was stupid that they were we have a plan. We're going to go tell the queen our plan. And then Jasnah goes away from it like, oh yeah, that was an interesting plan. I just had a very interesting conversation.
There was like 4 chapters which were the plan. Yes, the plan that the plan that Cusco knows the plan for Cusco. You're like, okay, yeah,
you can just say it.
Mm-hmm.
I personally found it also really obvious what the plan was going to, or like that it involved somehow giving it to the listeners, right? So
yeah, giving back to the listeners, we all knew.
Yeah, there was no point in like being so cagey about it,
but hey, L was fine, and we can leave it at that.
No one else was there.
No one else was in fact there. What we are gonna do, or rather, what we are gonna try to do,
lightning round,
is run down just a list of, okay, we've done all of the major POVs. Let's see if we can just cover things that happened in the book. Characters, moments, scenes, revelations, reveals, twists, what have you. Miscellaneous phrases or gripes that we have with this book. This is the kind of catch-all section of the episode. And to kind of lead us into this section, I will start with perhaps the most general thing that we have on this list, which is, hey, we got a whole bunch of POVs that were not real POVs because they were interludes, and they were odium's interludes. They were odium's POVs, which is obviously not odium specifically, but like it is normal for us to get a through line interlude for Stormlight books. So how do we feel about odium being one of these, and how do we feel about the odium interludes specifically, and what we learn and discover from them?
Overall, they were all right.
I liked them. I liked how they were sort of a continuation, right, of the Teravangian through-line interludes, because it is Teravangian, obviously, holding the power of odium now. So yeah, I like that aspect of it. And I mean, they were fine enough. I hated, or not hated, but I didn't like the Carbranth fake out at the very end.
Didn't like that.
Agreed.
Didn't like that. Agreed.
Yeah.
Bad.
Yeah.
But
Carbranth should have just been dead. He would have been scarier if he'd actually just killed Carbranth. Like the chills I felt at reading that scene, like,
it was so chills down my spine.
Moment. And then it was like, nope, psych, they're in the spiritual realm. And I'm like, I lost so much respect for you as a villain because you did
Completely
that.
undermined it.
Yeah, I was like, the chills down my spine, like, oh, cultivation is going to kill his family, and like reading the assassins, and like then the tidal wave comes, and I was like, that was so hype. And now I feel like I don't even want to talk about it as a praise item, because it's like, well, who cares about that anymore? It didn't happen.
Yeah.
It was a highlight for about half of the book.
Yeah.
I also want to know who those agents of cultivation were, but like we know nothing about them. But okay.
No.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they're going to be
The wet work crew.
Yeah.
She has a wet work team.
Yeah, I did find it interesting, more so early on in the odium interludes, where we had the kind of back and forth of the emotional side of odium versus the rational side of odium, and then Teravangian ultimately settling on, this is not about emotion, this is not about logic, this is about what I want. And what I want is to be the singular god of the Cosmere, which I do think paints Teravangian in a scarier light than we have seen him for a lot of, maybe not a lot of the book, but a lot of the past. It is certainly not surprising, right? But it's interesting to see that acknowledgement, which I liked. Cool. And then we did have a bunch of other interludes, right? Which we don't need to spend a whole lot of time on individually, but just to give you a list, right? We saw Kalak, El, Baxil, Moash, Batar, Zahel, DL, Lift, Risen, and Diano and Kala, the Mink. So I'll just do like a quick broad section on any of these characters, any of these interludes, anything that we'd like to mention.
Diano.
What a champ.
Yep.
He was fun.
Yeah.
Bye.
I think Elle was the most interesting to me, probably.
Mhm.
Weird that Jezrien died again.
Yeah.
I personally like probably the Bexel and the Diel interlude the most because they were the least plot relevant, I guess.
Yeah,
like all the
I like those
others
for that reason.
Yeah. Like I always like these interludes that are way out there and like showed us a completely random viewpoint from a place we have never seen before. And so these felt the most like that.
The Batar one was great because it was a shock. I was like, a herald working for him. And so it was just like I was betrayed and mad. And that was a great one for that reason.
I was going to say, I liked Vasher's, and I liked how he was playing peekaboo with the bird, because that was so cute and sweet. And we could totally have had it without a retcon, but okay, anyway.
That is true. Yeah.
Yeah.
It is eternally funny to me that one of the things that Lift remarks on is just how hairy Vasher is. That is just so funny.
It's such a shock to her little brain.
Yeah.
You're like, wow, this guy's so hairy. Like, I don't care that he's naked. He's just, oh my God, there's so much hair.
She's she's a teenager now.
Yeah.
She's hit puberty, and now she has to comment on, interesting, she's looking at bodies
People's
now.
butts and people's hair.
Yeah.
Also their butt hair, probably.
Well, I mean, he's probably chained with his like backside to a wall. I would be remiss if I didn't mention Risen's interlude and the just incredible meeting of two Dawn Shards.
No.
And like the two of them, just like the Dawn Shards wanting to like, I guess, merge together, become one once again. Maybe once again. I don't know if the Dawn Shards were ever a singular thing that was separated or like, but like there was obviously like magical attraction going on there, and like Hoid finding a way or like having a way to like stop that. And it's just like there's a lot of crunchy magical stuff that is really interesting to me that I really love. And obviously the little drop that Hoid is the Mythwalker, which is completely nonsensical, but except for like there is an unpublished novel that is called Mythwalker that, as far as we know, has nothing to do with Hoid. But he's now like he now has that name, which was fun.
Yep.
And instead of talking about the Moash interlude, let's spend just a very small amount of time, just a tiny amount, talking about Moash in this book.
So mad.
Who did not appear and had no scenes whatsoever.
Oh, that's weird. Yeah, Moash did not show up in the book.
Just like the disrespect. Like, I feel bad for if there were still people out there who wanted Moash to be a character. I don't know what to tell you. Like, maybe this is a little bit on you.
My heart is broken for you, but like, sorry that we had faith in Brandon. You know what? Like, I can't say that to them, because before I read this one, I was like, maybe. And now we're at the end of this book, and now we go, no, never. Brandon's never gonna do that.
It's a really weird choice. Is like, he just didn't go with either side. Like, Moash wasn't good, didn't have any kind of character or anything, but also he didn't die horribly. He just kind of showed up and was angsty and killed a person or two, and then he left again.
Here's the last word on the caste system and Dark Eyes and Light Eyes, and because it'll never be spoken about in this series again, is about like is in words in the mouth of Moash about how like, yeah, the system still sucks, and it does, and Moash is right to say it. Moash is right about everything.
Look, I will not disagree with that. I will offer a ray of sunshine in that Kaladin's eyes did revert to being dark again.
That did happen.
Yeah, we got that much at least.
We got a crumb. A crumb.
We had so much time of Kaladin's POV bopping about the tower in the first day. never once does he make a single comment on the fact that slavery's been abolished or any of the caste system changes that have supposedly been happening, that all the light eyes are up in arms. Kaladin, not a thought in his head about if any of that would be of any concern to him. And I'm like, that's the state of the plot. This is meaningless.
Okay.
Crystallize, whatever. Let's do it.
Crystal, yeah. At this point, we might as well just make him a Crystal Inquisitor and like with a crown of whatever, and he can see and whatever. Who cares? Who cares?
Thank God somebody had a lot of cousins. Who fixed it.
It's not the number of hands.
At this point,
like some people actually hoped that his blindness would be represented interestingly, or make him an actual character, because people are like, Brandon can't be making him blind for nothing. It kind of was, or if it was for anything, then it was
a crown.
Navani having a big moment and being like, here, this is your divine punishment for killing my son. Here is me literally blinding you with the light of God. And then Moash,
vengeance is allowed if it's a colon.
It was just you should not do that.
Yeah.
This was bad from a class perspective. Yeah. This was bad from a disability perspective. This was bad from a story perspective. It wasn't. There is no lens to look at this from in which it was decent, or at least I can't think of one.
Moash was a wasted character in essentially every single definition of the word or the phrase.
Mm-hmm.
The character that the fandom imagined Moash to be was, I think, never going to be the character that Brandon had imagined Moash to be. And the fandom had imagined a better character than Brandon had.
I think this is more a case where Moash was genuinely written that way for a few books. And this is not just all fandom imagining as to why people really cared about his character. It strikes me, I mean, it's not the same sort of vibe as the Jasnah plot, but it's a betrayal of we were told this guy is this way, and then all of a sudden that's just not a part of.
And it just fell off a cliff. Okay, yeah, sure.
Anyway,
but I'm sure we'll do
I think we could do a Moash Stormlight first half episode, because it's I have other characters, but I'm so heartbroken for any Moash fan stan, whatever out there. I
don't think there's enough to do a full episode on Moash, which probably says something about this book, but we do.
No, I think for the first 5 books is what.
Oh, okay. Just
Moash
sure.
as a whole for the first half.
Yeah, we can.
Anyway,
we can do that. All right, gang, I'm cutting it. We've been recording in a warehouse in Montana for 18 hours.
3 a.m. in a warehouse.
It is
3 a.m. in a
warehouse in Bumbo Truck, Illinois.
Damn, I moved a lot of books into this warehouse.
Look, it's rough out here. So what we are going to do is, in the lightning round that we have been doing, we're going to do a lightning round within a lightning round, in that every one of us is going to just kind of pick one of the 17 billion things that we'd like to talk about, and we'll just talk about it for a minute, and then we're going to move on, because
you have to wrap up.
We have to end this episode at some point.
Yes.
Supposedly, allegedly.
Well, yes. So we're going to go in the normal order. And once again, we're going to give the floor to Shannon.
Okay. Lightning round. My pick. Kaladin never made advances on Shallan ever. Brandon, that never happened. This is a weird retcon. They never actually had a thing. It was unrealized. That was the whole point. This never happened.
Yeah, I don't know why Brandon did that.
Yeah.
It's weird. It's weird. Okay. Is that me then?
Yeah, why don't we go to the other Shannon?
Wow, rude. Okay, we're going quick. Lightning round. My thing is about the Skybreaker dissenters. Brandon has written me a check, and I expect to cash it at some point. And if it bounces, I'm going to be really mad. So there better actually be something about the Skybreaker dissenters because they're not real yet. You cannot just mention this off screen and expect me to care until it is something. I like the Words of Radiance stuff about how cool the Skybreakers were before they sucked. I agree. They would have been the coolest. Thank you, Words of Radiance author. Skybreaker dissenters better not bounce. Thank you.
Marvin, it is you.
Yeah, so I love that we know all the shards now, and I think all the vessels. I think we have all the names now. So
I don't think we. I don't
Have all
think
the
we know
vessels.
all the names now.
Not all the
Don't we?
vessels, like Virtuosity, for example.
Oh, right,
we don't know.
Virtuosity, right. Yeah, I forgot about that.
Mercy.
But the one thing I didn't quite like is that the final shot is called Reason, because we've been, like, I got the vibe that, like, it's wisdom related or something, and I feel like Reason isn't that close to wisdom, as, like, it's more about logic and everything, right? So, I mean, I'd say it's, yeah, I don't know. It's not as close to wisdom as I'd have liked it. That's where I'll leave it. So yeah.
I think that's fair. I think I think both reason and wisdom are kind of this like high-minded, aware kind of domain, but they do feel distinct. I'll give you that. But hey, thumbs up. We have all 16.
Nice.
Hey.
And we have the great dragon god Medalantorius.
Yes. And I guess two dawn shards we know exist and change now.
I don't care because I have Valor in my heart, and Valor is my babe. Anyway, Ian, what do you want to talk about?
Hello. Just a short Dragonsteel Prime note, I guess. Hoyd told the story of Dragonsteel Prime in this, and he basically said, like, it shouldn't have been possible to fail this, but Jarek failed anyway because he was exceptional like that. And I'm like, yeah, you know what? Jarek should get trashed in a canon book. He's an idiot, and good. I'm glad that this happens, that my boy got trashed. Good. Okay.
Good.
Wow.
That's that.
I wish I could direct you all to our Dragonsteel Prime episode where we talk mad crap about Jarek, but I don't think we ever talked this mad crap about Jarek. So, like, he was a dummy, but we didn't paint him as that much of a dummy.
Okay, sure.
So I guess go talk to Ian about how dumb Jarek was.
Okay, I don't think he's the worst ever. I just, it was funny. It was funny seeing him get dunked on.
Yeah,
it was funny. It was funny. I was fully prepared to talk about like new shards and new vessels and the Great Dragon God Medalantorius, the Vessel of Valor. But instead, I'm just kind of gonna close this episode with something that is a little bit more thematic and maybe a little bit more poetic, which I think feels appropriate. Which is kind of the idea that, well, let me take a step back. So, for a couple of books now, or a couple of Stormlight books, I should say, it has felt like Stormlight has served the plot more than the plot has served Stormlight. By which I mean, for the first few books, especially Way of Kings and Words of Radiance, the world of Roshar was almost a character in its own right. And it is one of the reasons that a lot of us fell in love with the world, right? It was the high storms were so unique, and the flora and the fauna that had adopted to these like cyclical storms that would ruin the landscape, and like the people's culture and lives and language would adapt to follow this unique world. And Oathbringer, and especially Rhythm of War, I feel like stepped away from that and were kind of just very plot hound. Okay, well, we've got things to do, and the world took a step back. And I feel like Wind and Truth didn't quite go back to Way of Kings and Words of Radiance levels of this kind of the world is a character, but it brought some of that back. And there were scenes with Venli in the chasms and with Kaladin in Shinovar and with Dalinar in the spiritual realm and like with Shallan's past nonsense where it felt like we were back in those early Stormlight books. And I did like that. And I did appreciate that. And for all of the faults and flaws of Wind and Truth, I think that's one of the things that it certainly did better than past, or at least recent books. So that's what I will expend my lightning round on. And this is usually the part of the episode where I will give the floor to other people for them to offer final thoughts. But this was what the final thoughts was all about. So I will say we absolutely do not have time for who's that Cosmere character because it has been...
imagine.
The Cosmere character is Eurydius, holder of reason, vessel of reason, and also the existence stone shard. They're not the same character, as just strong words. Anyway, so this has been our kind of POV plus miscellaneous reactions on Wind and Truth. You know the people on this episode. We're going to end it here. You can find us on 17th shard.com. You can find us on discord.com/17shard. You can find us on the YouTube channel or SoundCloud or Spotify or whatever platform you're listening to. You can find us on socials. We're probably not very active on socials, but you can find us there. And we are going to end this right here and right now.
We made it.
Bye.
Bye.
And we'll say bye.
Call.